Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Tony Payan. I'm the director of the Center for the U.S. and Mexico at Rice University's Baker Institute for Public Policy. I want to take a minute to welcome you to the halls of the Baker Institute. Today, we gather here to engage in conversation on a vital matter for all of us in Houston, in Texas, and in the United States, and in fact, I think in the world: immigration. To be sure, the issue is not new. Mass migration is part of the human experience, yesterday and today. The push factors are the same: economic hardship, violence, ungovernability, natural disasters, political oppression, and so on. And the pull factors are the same: opportunity, stability, prosperity, freedom, and so on. For those of us who have studied immigration for a long time, its history, its evolution, its patterns, its many facets, its nuances, its goodness, and its injustices, we understand that today the context is unique, especially for us. More so in the United States today, a country of immigrants with a complicated emotional history toward migration, a country that could not be what it is without migrants, but which remains gridlocked on the desirability of change to accommodate more of those who would want to share what we live. And no time is more representative of this ambivalence than today, when we know that we need more migrants, but we have made migration a political flag. When we know that we need migration reform, but refuse to make the changes that are necessary to our immigration system. When we know that we value the contributions of migrants, but use them to frighten each other with their presence in our midst. So, in the midst of this context, we want to know: what is the role of migration in our future as a nation? What changes are needed to the immigration system to meet our future? Why can't our politicians agree on what to do? What can we do to nudge them in the right direction? And more imminently, what role will the issue of immigration play in the 2024 elections this fall? Will it be again used to score political points, to cause moral panic, and to scare us of those who would only want to find a place to be, to work, and to raise their family among us? To answer these questions, we have some stellar guests today. Over the course of the morning, we will focus on just those issues. Is there a crisis of migration on the border? Is that real or manufactured, or a combination of both? What to do about our immigration system? What to do about the 12 million undocumented residents that live amongst us? What to do about the visa system and how to change it? To what extent will politicians use immigration again in their political campaigns this year? These and many other questions will be addressed over 2 keynote speakers and 2 panels this morning. I hope you enjoy that. It'll be a very good conversation. We certainly hope that it'll be a very fruitful conversation and help us become advocates for a better migration system, one that will work for migrants, and of course, one that will work for the United States as well. So, without any further ado, let me introduce I think our partner, the Houston Chronicle, Nancy Meyer, who will address some words to you before we call on our first morning speaker. Nancy, you're welcome, and thank you for joining hands with us here at the Baker Institute.
Good morning, and Tony, thank you very much. I want to thank the Baker Institute, our speakers and our panelists, and certainly for you attending today. I'm not sure there is a more important topic and certainly a more divisive a topic as we look at the 2024 elections. I also want to acknowledge throughout the day, some of my colleagues will be here, so you'll get an opportunity to either hear from them or meet them. Jeremy Wallace, our lead political reporter, will be here. He's also the author of our Texas Take, our weekly newsletter. Lisa Gray, actually right there. She probably was surprised I was introducing her, our op-ed editor, and Regina Lacano, editorial writer and columnist. Please stop by. They have a booth here today, so please stop by and say hello, engage in some lively conversation. As I said, immigration, what a dynamic topic for the United States and what a divisive topic. For us to be here today, the engagement, the questions that you all may have, it is so important, first of all, to be educated, to be informed, to allow us to have better conversation amongst ourselves, our neighbors, etc. So thank you. From the earliest settlers to the people who are arriving today, immigration has coming to America in a search for a better life. Immigrants have looked for that. They've looked for freedom. Sometimes that we take for granted if you've been here and raised in the United States of America. They're looking for opportunity. They not only contribute to the rich and cultural diversity, but have also been instrumental in driving our economic growth, entrepreneurship, and also innovation in this great United States. The Houston Chronicle has played a significant role in documenting the story of immigrants, like many newspapers across the United States. We've done that locally in Houston and in Texas, and how that impacts the rest of the nation, reflecting the changing dynamics, policies, experience, demographics amongst this complex issue. I'm going to talk for a minute just on a few ways we cover immigration at the Houston Chronicle. Number one is reporting on policy and also trying to personalize that policy. And what does that mean? First and foremost, the laws, the policies that are being set, how that impacts Texans and how that impacts you and or immigrants that are coming into Texas. But in addition, and maybe more importantly, how do we personalize that? Talking about a law versus talking about the person that it's impacting. Just recently, we did a piece on social media and TikTok. And Rahina, who you may meet later, did an editorial piece on that, how TikTok and social media sometimes makes it seem so easy to gain entry into the United States. And she had done a tour with her family in 2016 and met somebody who was a tour guide in southern Mexico, Alfonso. And Alfonso was 33. He led a tour company with his family, and he talked about the hardships of now with the cartel. And they also talked about how easy it looked to enter, and was that a path his family wanted to take. And also recently we did a piece, there were 1,300 people who gained naturalization status in March in Houston. Cesar Monroy has been here in the United States for over 10 years. And though he was choosing, do I stay, do I go back home, he felt it was so vital to become a naturalized citizen. He has a business here, he is a chef, and he also owns a marketing business. Telling those stories of real people who live here, put a face to your neighbor, and we think that is vitally important. But in addition, economic policy. How does that shape us? Most recently, we did a fact check. Former President Trump did a campaign speech in Ohio, and he talked about how immigrants would certainly make lessen the time Social Security we have here in the U.S. Definitely a scare tactic. Is it true? What he said was, your Social Security will be destroyed by people coming in. There's too many of them. We actually fact-checked and found that's not actually true. Immigrants, even illegal, some pay taxes, some may never have eligibility to Social Security, some may not stay here long enough. And the fact is, immigrants, more workers, have a benefactor or beneficial to us because there are less workers in the U.S. today paying into Social Security. So that balance would absolutely be necessary. But sometimes we need to look behind the headlines and further. And one of the reasons this type of conversation is so valuable today. In addition, we celebrate cultural differences. We tell stories. There is nothing better if you are in Houston than the food, and because of the diversity of the people who are here, that unites us. And that should be celebrated, as well as, the good that so many people as immigrants bring to this United States. And certainly investigative reporting, holding those in power accountable, what is wrong, what is right, and going deep and making sure that is uncovered. Just recently, we did win a headliner award. We talked about certainly Operation Lone Star and exposed the escalating human costs of Operation Lone Star, breaking up families at the border, denying water, and arrests on trespassing. What did the impact of that reporting have? Since then, the Texas DPS issued a new written policy against separating families, and 150 cases of trespassing were dropped. It is essential we have a free press in America reporting what is good and what is not good here. And luckily, we have that in Houston specifically. I also want to talk about just community because we are local. We also want to talk when we have a large portion of new people coming in, it has impact. It has impact on our education. It has impact on our law enforcement, on taxes. It's important that we tell the story, we talk about reform, and we can also point out what is working and what is not. And as we continue to cover immigration, whether on policy, opinion, or in celebration, throughout our storytelling, it remains central of the American experience. As we look towards the future, immigration is not merely a chapter in our history books, but it is the ongoing story of our community and our nation. The Houston Chronicle believes it is our shared responsibility to uphold these principles, honoring human dignity and offering a refuge to those in need, while also ensuring the security and prosperity of our nation. And it is exactly that brings us together today. This very delicate balance of those ideals and the reform needed to ensure secure borders, but also ensuring the human dignity of those who enter. Welcome, Election 2024. On that, it's my privilege to be able to introduce our keynote. Before I do, I was asked to make sure that you knew at the end of his remarks, we have about 10 minutes to do a Q&A. So please, if you'd like, you'll have an opportunity to speak with Jeremy. Our keynote, Jeremy Robbins, J.D. Jeremy is the Executive Director of the American Immigration Council. Previously, Robbins spent a decade building New American Economy, a think tank and advocacy organization founded by Michael Bloomberg, to make the economic case for smarter immigration policies. He has also served as a policy advisor and special counsel with the New York City Mayor's office, a judicial law clerk on the United States Court of Appeal, and a Robert L. Bernstein International Human Rights Fellow working on prisoners' rights issues in Argentina. And in addition, a litigation associate at WilmerHale in Boston. Robbins received a Juris Doctor from the Yale Law School and a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Brown University. Probably no better speaker than to have in front of you today. So please join me in welcoming Jeremy Robbins. Jeremy, thank you.
Thank you, Nancy and Tony and the Baker Institute, and thank you all for being here today. It's an absolute pleasure to get to talk to you about this topic, and as Nancy said, there's perhaps no other issue that is more important right now with our election. This is very much an immigration election, so the topic of the future of immigration in this election is very apt. Gallup polls every year, polls voters, they poll actually every month, about what are the most important issues that are going to drive you to the polls. It has never happened in the history of Gallup polling that immigration has been the top issue driving people to the polls for multiple months in a row, as it's been for the last 3 months. The second issue, the economy, isn't even close. So very much this is an immigration election, and the stakes couldn't be higher. This is not a case where we have two candidates and we're like, I don't know what they're going to do, or they're kind of similar. These are known knowns. Everyone in this room knows what's going to happen. If Joe Biden gets a second term on immigration, everyone in this room knows what's going to happen if Donald Trump gets a second term on this immigration. And they have very, very competing visions. So when we talk about the way that immigration plays in this election, it's both the role it's going to play in potentially deciding this election and what it's going to mean for the country going forward, what our approaches to the rest of the world and to immigration in particular. So I want to do two things today to hopefully set the tone for the great panels that we have coming up. The first to explain why this is an immigration election. Why are people so animated about this now? What is driving their votes? Why are they, and to explain who they are, that is really, really animated by by immigration right now. Second is understanding that to think about, all right, how do we address that? How do we take this and make it a less toxic issue? How do we make it something that instead of being a political issue can be a policy issue? How do we think about how to actually solve it? I mean, people talk about people run on immigration elections. People don't pass immigration reform. That is a really terrible way to think about an issue. That is something that we campaign on, and especially something that's as divisive as this topic. So let's jump in. Let's talk about why this is an immigration election, who it is. First of all, when Gallup finds that 27 or 28% of voters, immigration is the top issue driving them to the polls, that's not evenly split among the populace. 48% of Republican voters report that this is the issue that's driving them to the polls, just 8% of Democratic voters. So there's a huge split. And if you think of who they are when they say immigration, well, what does that mean? By and large, what's driving them to the polls is not the vision that Tony started with of the role that immigrants play in revitalizing this community. It's about saying, whoa, let's stop this. It is responding to a lot of the messages that Donald Trump is saying. And so why is that happening and what's going on? And when you do polling, when you talk to voters, when you do focus groups, there's a lot of diversity in how people see this issue, but there's a very, very common theme that drives why people are voting on immigration. And that's about fear, it's about anxiety, it's about frustration, and it's about instability. And that takes a lot of different types, right? Sometimes it's about, well, hold on, like, why am I losing? Why, when I go to the grocery store, am I not hearing English? Like, this is America. Why am I not able to understand people in my own country? And sometimes it's about language. It's about culture. Sometimes it's economic. It's about, well, I feel really unstable in my job. I can't even make ends meet. And now people are coming in who are going to compete against me. Sometimes it's about security. I think that is very much inflamed by the media about this idea that, oh my God, neighborhoods are going to be unsafe. There are gangs, there are terrorists coming across the border. And sometimes it's about social. It's about seeing the world differently and my place in it. But all of that is driven by fear and anxiety. And that has huge implications for not just the election, but for policy. And I'll talk about a couple stories that I think animate this, that talk about how we think about the work at the American Immigration Council. But also how I think you can actually deal with it. So one is Lewiston, Maine. Lewiston, Maine is where Bates College is. I don't know, it was a paper mill town. And in the late 20th century, like many of the factory towns in America, the factory closed. And Lewiston fell in really hard times. So the jobs dried up, young people started leaving, Main Street started emptying out, crime and drug use increased, and you were left with a population without a bright economic future, a population that was increasingly poor, that was very conservative and very homogeneously white. And why that matters, because what happened in the early 2000s is because there was available housing and refugees tend to not have a lot of options. Refugees tend to come without a lot of money. Some Somali refugees started settling in Lewiston, Maine. Now imagine in Maine, the whitest and one of the more conservative communities in the country, and you get all of a sudden some poor, black, largely Muslim, largely not high school educated immigrants moving in. And it was terrible at first. There were literally race riots in the school. The mayor went on national TV and said, "Stop coming." But fast forward 5 years, and it had been a really good economic story for Lewiston. Main Street was filled with Somali businesses. The first time I actually visited in 2011, I went to the Lewiston Sun-Journal there to meet with their editorial team, and like a small town paper, they had the high school honor roll on the wall, and half the names were of Somali or African descent. And it's a great economic story. The new mayor, Larry Gilbert, leaned into it and said, well, this is great. We want immigrants, and became a champion for immigration. But fast forward 5 years, and Lewiston, Maine, which had voted for Barack Obama twice, voted for Donald Trump. And the Associated Press did an absolutely fantastic, again, this is a day to celebrate journalism with Houston Chronicle. The Associated Press did a truly fantastic piece where they went and they started interviewing residents, said, well, I don't understand. Like, think about where this community was 10 years ago, and think about where it is now. And what residents said, almost to a person, acknowledging that race played some factor in it, but said, look, like, it's true, like, economically we're better, but why is the government helping them and not helping me? And what they saw was refugees came in, they got some government support, but I'm struggling. Where's the government coming to support me? And this us-them mentality meant that Donald Trump's message of anti-immigrant message was really appealing, because what essentially their vision and what people had taken from this was, well, all of a sudden these other people are coming, are they replacing me? Are they better than me? I couldn't do it on my own. I'm left out in my own country while they're helping someone who just got here. You hear that over and over again today, even among immigrant communities. I met a gentleman yesterday an immigrant himself, who was livid that Afghans in his mind were getting green cards right away, which is actually not true. But it was livid because there were so many people in his own Indian community that were struggling and couldn't get a green card, that were stuck in a high skill backlog. And this idea of, well, why are they helping this new person and not helping me? And that, I think, is the crux of what's driving immigration in some of this election. That if we feel like this immigration is happening to us without our control, at a time when we feel unstable, that is going to make people retrench. This is where, not being an academic, I'm about to do, and standing at a university, I'm about to do complete murder to an academic's work, so I apologize. But there's a fabulous social psychologist at Stanford, her name's Hazel Marcus, and with due apologies to Professor Marcus for what I'm about to try and summarize. She does a great body of work on two competing instincts that we all have, right? We all want to be a unique snowflake. We want to be special, but we also want to fit in, and we want to be just like everyone else. And she sort of studies why. And you think about in immigration, like how important that is about, if you just want to fit in like someone else, then the real question is who's in your community. If you think of people, your community, as people who just look like you, then all of a sudden, everything else is going to seem scary. And what she finds is that when people feel secure in their own place, they are much more likely, socially, economically, emotionally, they are much more likely to want to be a unique snowflake and to embrace difference. And if they don't, they're going to retrench. And so that to me paints a real picture of how you think about immigration and addressing immigration in the context of an election. That if it is an us-them, if your community is just people who look like you, and you feel unstable, immigration is going to be a really threatening thing. So let me tell you a second story, which I think is much more promising, and I think paints a way forward on how to think about immigration and addressing it. And that's Salt Lake City, Utah. So around the same time that things were happening in Lewiston, Mayor Ben McAdams of Salt Lake started saying, look, took a different approach. This was not saying, oh, immigrants came and, oh, look, this was a good thing. But before immigrants were really coming, said, look, I want Salt Lake to be the most competitive, vibrant place that exists. I want to create a whole tech infrastructure. I want to create jobs. I want a vibrant downtown with restaurants and culture. And to do that, that is going to make us all better and stronger as a city. And to do that, we're going to attract all of the people that we can, the talent everywhere. And immigration is a part of it. It's not the thing. It is a part of it. We worked with him at the legacy organization, the American Immigration Council, to write a whole plan. Had like the 20 things they were going to do. They were going to help people learn English. They were going to help make sure that people are integrated. There are resource centers in immigrant neighborhoods. They're going to put immigrants on community boards. So that the community itself, it's not an us-them thing, but that this is part of a broad strategy where we all win together. He did this for about 7 or 8 years, revitalized downtown. I don't know, for those of you who've been to Salt Lake, it is a dramatically different place than it was 10, 15 years ago, especially when you walk around downtown. And then he ran for Congress. And he ran for Congress in Utah's 4th District. Utah's 4th District is more conservative than 80% of the seats in Congress. This is not a place where you would think you could talk about immigration. And he ran an unapologetically pro-immigrant campaign. Didn't apologize for what he was just clear, like, this is better for us. And he didn't win because of it, but he did win despite that. And he didn't win by a lot, and 2 years later he lost by some votes. But the idea that you could run a pro-immigrant campaign in a place that was 80% more conservative than 80% of the districts, because he had done the work to make it about us. And I think that's the fundamental lesson when you think about why we struggle with immigration, is that when we fear change and when things feel unstable, if we think we want to retrench, we want to stop anything that looks like it's threatening. I think Nancy, when she was talking about the Houston Chronicle's work, one of the reasons I think it's so important, you think about how she talked about really celebrating sort of the difference in Houston. When you talk about the food, and you talk about the culture. That's not saying that, look how great immigrants are. It's like, look how great Houston is. And that is a really, really important thing. But none of that is possible if it seems like it's out of control and that we're under threat. And that's the reality today coming into this election. People believe, and we're not talking, it's across the political spectrum, overwhelmingly Americans believe that our border is out of control and that our cities are overwhelmed. And some of that is inflamed by the media, and some of that is, which you're going to talk about today, is a reality of the facts on the ground, which is that we do not have a functioning asylum system. We do not have a functioning border, and if we're gonna take control of this issue in a way that we can rationally resolve it, it starts by, in fact and in appearance, showing that there is real control over our asylum system. Right now, people look at our asylum system and they see someone walks in, and it takes 6 years to know whether they have, or 5 years to know whether they have the right to be here and have asylum. And they're here. And people think that that's crazy. And they're not necessarily wrong. If you look at Germany processed more than 1 million Syrian asylum seekers in about 9 months. We are a dramatically bigger and better resource country than Germany. The idea that we can't do this is what, now I'm going to steal something from the great Aaron Reichlin-Melnick, who's going to be on the next panel, who's fabulous with data. But one thing Aaron talks about a lot, which I think about, is that we talk about, well, we don't have the money. Why are we going to give money for lawyers? Why are we going to put up more money for judges for people who aren't here? We don't need to put up more money. There is plenty of money in the system. We spend $700 million on immigration courts a year. That sounds like a lot of money. We spent $15 billion on the wall in 4 years. We invest a huge amount of money in deterrence and trying to scare people from coming. We've done that. We did it under Trump. We've done it under Biden. We've done it under every president for the last several decades. It has not stopped people from coming for all the reasons that Tony started with. There are 20 million displaced people in our hemisphere. We're not taking the majority of them. There are millions of Venezuelans in Colombia, right? There are a lot of people. There's more instability in the world. COVID did incredible amounts of damage on this hemisphere. It's 8% of the population, 20% of the COVID deaths. There are 4 failed states in our hemisphere. People are going to come, and we're not going to destroy America to do that. If we want to take control over it, we have to invest not just in these failed prevention efforts, but really in processing. How do we get to yes, not in years, but in months, and do that fairly? Because then people are going to know whether they can come or not. Right? We have to recognize that we do have a magnet, and we have to do that. And that's a huge part of what the challenge is going to be, both in detoxifying this issue before the election, showing there's a real plan to take control, and thinking about what happens afterwards. At the Immigration Council, we spent 2 years on a border plan. For those who are interested, we have a 60-page, 13-point plan. We're turning into a bill, and summaries of it. But a real conversation, like if we were serious about it, if we were given the pen, what would we do? And there are a couple things that are obvious. One is we need a lot more asylum officers. We need to get people a way to get their case heard quickly and fairly. Another, which is absolutely astounding, is we have no coordination. People show up in Eagle Pass, and then they get on a bus and they go to New York, and the federal government's not telling New York, hey, these people are coming, here's who they are, here's what they're gonna need. There's no one coordinating that. And so cities are left really in the dark about what's happening. There's some really basic things that we could do if we were willing to invest, and I think people are gonna talk about that today. Second is we can invest in helping the communities like Houston. Houston wrote an absolutely terrific welcoming plan. Probably 7 years ago, I'm sure that's wrong, but something around that fact. It had about 50 things that Houston could do to make Houston a more welcoming place so that we could all be in this together to make it a stronger community. I remember being in this room with Tony and Mayor Turner, I think it was this room, but certainly through an event Tony held with Mayor Turner right after it was released, and he held it up and he was really excited that they were gonna do about 7 of those things. There is a roadmap here of what to do if folks in this room and others can really urge it. It is a beautiful plan that has not been implemented, but there's a lot of work that can be done here and in cities around the country to make this better. We also need to invest in belonging. We need to invest in really actively, so much of the world is at the extremes, but in de-siloing communities and making people feel like they belong no matter where they come from. And so that's why events like today are so fundamentally important. And it's fabulous that the Baker Institute is hosting this and that so many of you came out for this, because that is the difference for how you address these issues. And then finally, I'll say this isn't just about, we're talking about immigration and the election. Immigration and the election isn't just about what happens the first Tuesday in November. Immigration and the election is what's going to happen in January 2025 and beyond. If there is a second President Trump term, there's going to be a huge strain on communities in how to deal with that. There are several 100,000 people who are undocumented or here, but there are more than 1 million immigrants. There are going to be a lot of work that the community has to do. And what we have, in contrast to what we had 8 years ago, is that we know what's coming and we have time to prepare. And so doing events like this, having these discussions, getting ready for what's going to happen if that comes, is fundamental. Similarly, if Biden were to win and have a second term in a divided Congress, it's not like the border is going to stop being an issue. We need to actually move beyond politics to be able to solve it. And so having a real push, your senators, especially Senator Cornyn, are in a hugely important position in negotiating that deal. Being able to have rational voices in his ear, talking about making sure, whether it's the Houston Chronicle or all of you, talking about real solutions, that this isn't like, there's no excuse to kick the can down the road again, is fundamentally important. So educating ourselves today on what those solutions can be is hugely, hugely important. So I will say this, the stakes could not be higher. That's why these events are so important. And I would say it's very easy to look at this issue and throw up your hands and just feel like, oh, this is intractable. There's nothing we can do. I could not disagree stronger. There is, as you'll hear today, there are really sensible, implementable solutions that have bipartisan support that we could implement. We have a time to plan that we've never had before. And we have urgency. One of the things that I think hurts immigration all the time is there's no fiscal cliff. We're like, do it by this day or else. And so we kick the can down the road, and we kick the can down the road. We need to come to the end of that road, and we need to address it. And so delighted to be here today, delighted for this discussion. It's an unbelievable panel, and very much looking forward to hearing everything the panelists and y'all have to say. So thank you for having me.
I'm Kelsey Norman. I'm a fellow here at the Center for the Middle East, actually, but I work on migration. So I'm going to be leading a Q&A for Jeremy. We have about 10 minutes, and we have cards on the tables. If you have questions for Jeremy, go ahead and write those down, and some of my colleagues will come and collect them. But just to kick things off, I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about the fear that you brought up and some really interesting examples from across the country, and how, I think locally you talked about some strategies for how we can overcome this kind of fear of the other, and how political actors tend to capitalize on that fear, and it has proven to be such a winning strategy, unfortunately. So how can we move beyond that at the national level to see that, actually come to fruition in terms of a federal election, thinking about this year?
That's such a good question. I will say this, one of the interesting things that maybe is obvious to you all, but was not obvious to me except in hindsight, was when you think about where intolerance is in this country and xenophobia is, the places that have the most immigrants are not the places that are the most intolerant. Quite to the contrary, they're the places that are the most tolerant. If you look at where there are heavy concentrations of immigrants, by and large, those places are pro-immigrant, which should give us some hope. You look at the places and you look at that show the most xenophobia and intolerance, that are the most susceptible to these messages, they tend to look like two different types of communities. They're either very homogeneous communities next to diverse places, or they're places that have a shock, right? You go from 2% to 6%, and all of a sudden you hear a different voice, a different language when you're saying. I go to the language example because it is so salient for so many people. That is sad, but also is a roadmap. We know where we need to invest, and we know that things are going to get bad and then they're going to get good, that they're not linear. And so we know that one of the most important things locally and nationally you can do around this is to get people to know people who are different than them, and to make sure that their community, that they're part of the story in accepting them. One of the things that's interesting, you meet someone who's different, it can go two ways. You can become very accepting, or it can reinforce you can retrench. It can reinforce your fear of that difference. And so how do you do that in the right context? One really important way to do that is through telling stories, lifting up really different voices. And that's why I think the work of the Houston Chronicle is so important. Being able to see people like you. One of the interesting things, there are two different narratives to talk about immigration. There's the immigrants are exceptional narrative. And it's true, like immigrants have founded or the children have founded more than 40% of Fortune 500 companies. You can talk about we're all on Zoom during the pandemic and it was a Chinese immigrant who founded Zoom and all these examples. Those don't actually make people less anti-immigrant. What make people less anti-immigrant are stories about commonality. They're stories about struggle, that people are going through the same things that I'm going through, that we're in this together. And I think those are really important to meet people and realize, oh, wow, we actually have a lot more in common than we have that's different. That is something that is mostly a local story, but I think there is a real national component of, let's not pretend that there's not, that the media is not an accelerant on both sides of flaming this hate. And so how do we have more nuanced messages? How do we have more unlikely pairs? We work with folks across the aisle. We lead a network of businesses. We lead a network of governors. So the Republican governor of Utah, who chaired the National Governors Association, did a great op-ed in Fortune magazine with us on why it was so important to accept Afghan refugees. And so can we put out non-traditional voices, both lift up the stories of immigrants themselves and lift up the stories of non-traditional voices of why actually, not ignoring that immigration is not just an opportunity, it's also a challenge. It's a challenge for communities, for schools, for hospitals, but a challenge that if we invest in it is much more of an opportunity than a threat.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we might have time for just one more question. So here's one from the audience. You mentioned the Gallup polls have the economy as a distant number 2 to immigration, although the two are tightly linked. Why is there a disconnect between immigration and the economy?
Yeah, it's such a good question. There's some, and let's put immigration aside for a second. When you poll Americans on the economy right now, it is completely night and day. So if you ask Americans, how is your economic situation? Americans think it's fabulous. If you ask Americans, what is the state of our economy? Americans overwhelmingly think it's terrible. If you ask Americans, what is the state of my state's economy? They think it's pretty good. There's a huge disconnect from what people think about in their local or state economy and what they think about nationally. Immigration is a really historically has always been, and that's a new thing, by the way, that huge disconnect. But immigration has always been a disconnect on the economy. Immigrants are a tremendous boon for GDP. They're a tremendous boon for entrepreneurship. Think about COVID and essential workers, how like our economy would function without essential workers. But visually, the way people experience it is a threat to their job. And so being able to convince someone, if you work in construction, if you can't get a roofer, there's no construction job for someone else. And all these other industries lag. But at the same time, if you are competing against someone who maybe doesn't have status and then is not, and if paying less tax is going to undercut you, that's what you experience. You don't experience as much I have my job because they could get this roofer. You take it for granted they could get this roofer. And so it's when people look at immigration, if you're a business owner, you tend to see it through the economic lens of we need workers and that'll help us grow. If you're a worker, overwhelmingly, you see it as, well, if there are more workers, then aren't I competing against them for jobs? So.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeremy.
Thank you.
We'll have, there's some other excellent questions in here, but I think they're really pertinent for the upcoming panels, so we'll save them and we'll get to them later in the day. So thank you so much, Jeremy. I'm gonna now invite the first set of panelists up to the stage. And David? Hey. Excellent. Okay. So our first panel will address what is arguably the most contentious aspect of migration when it comes to how the topic is being discussed for the upcoming 2024 election, which is the southern U.S. border with Mexico. So in December 2023, we saw record high numbers of encounters with migrants and asylum seekers at the U.S. border, although these numbers have dropped off since then. According to Pew, so like Jeremy, I'm going to cite some national polling data. So according to Pew, a sizable majority of Americans, 78%, say the large number of migrants and asylum seekers attempting to enter the country via the U.S. Mexico border is either a crisis, 45% say it's a crisis, or a major problem, 32%. But this varies widely by political affiliation. So 70% of Republicans say the situation is a crisis, compared to just 22% of Democrats. And it's led to these jurisdictional turf wars, exemplified especially by our own state of Texas, with policies like Operation Lone Star, as was mentioned during the opening remarks, as well as SB 4, which I'm sure our panelists will talk about, with very real implications for people's lives. So maybe some of us remember back in January of this year, the incident of a woman and her 2 children who drowned near Eagle Pass, after the state of Texas refused to let federal agents into the area to provide emergency assistance. So just to discuss all these topics, how they'll factor into the election and what we can maybe expect after November of this year in terms of how the elections will affect border and asylum policies and people's lives, we have an incredible lineup of speakers. So first we have Aaron Reichlin-Melnick, who is the policy director at the American Immigration Council, works with Jeremy. Then we have Yael Shaker, director of the Americas and Europe for Refugees International. We have Representative Armando Wally, who is a Texas state representative from the 140th district, which is partly here in Houston. And then we have David Donati, who is a senior staff attorney at the ACLU of Texas. So we'll hear about 8 to 10 minutes of comments from each of our panelists. I'll lead a short moderated discussion, and then we should have about 30 minutes of questions from all of you. So again, please write down your questions on cards as we go along, and then my colleagues will come and collect those for the Q&A. So now I'll turn it over first to Aaron.
Hi, good morning, everybody. And I want to start by thanking the Baker Institute for hosting this great event and for giving us the opportunity to talk about such a vital issue. I actually, though, don't want to start with the United States. I want to start with the United Kingdom, across the pond, as it were. right now, one of the top 3 biggest issues on the minds of British voters is what they call the small boats crisis. 120,000 migrants who have crossed the English Channel in the last 6 years, since 2018. This issue has dominated UK politics for years, has led to increasingly draconian crackdowns on migrants, stripping migrants of benefits, the commissioning of a giant prison ship that they put some migrants on, and controversies around a plan to send thousands of migrants seeking asylum in the UK to Rwanda, in something that is reminiscent of the Remain in Mexico program or the Safe Third Country deals that the Trump administration created. And this issue has been so vexing that the conservative government is almost certain to lose upcoming elections in favor of Labour. Labour, the traditionally more liberal side of things, is now in some ways to the right of the Tory party on the issue of immigration and cracking down on small boats. So why did I start with this? Well, because I want to emphasize that Joe Biden is not president of the United Kingdom. And to emphasize that this is a global issue that governments around the world, both in the developed world and in other countries, are dealing with. In the West, not in Africa, in Asia, in the Southern Hemisphere, in the Northern Hemisphere, we are in an era of unprecedented global migration, with the number of migrants and internally displaced peoples rising by more than twice, nearly doubling in the last decade in particular. And the United States is not alone in seeing this issue as taking this issue into its politics. So, because this is an international issue, it's important to look at how migration has shaped the United States in the last few decades, and how we got to where we are today, with the southern border being an issue that is, as Jeremy said, the #1 issue in Gallup polling. Of course, migration across the U.S. Mexico border is not new. Everyone here knows this. Many people know people who came across the border. And for the last 50 years, the United States presidential administrations have been attempting to reduce the number of people coming across the border. In 1977, President Carter got up in front of the nation and addressed what he, at the time, was calling a growing crisis of undocumented workers. At the time, in his speech, he said, government estimates provide that there are over 2.4 million crossings a year. This is 1977. This came, of course, as the Mexican miracle economy had slowed down. Legal immigration from Mexico had been restricted, and irregular migration from Mexico was on the rise. And for the next 20 to 30 years, Mexican migration was a forefront in the mind of the people who were dealing with migration and the border. The Reagan administration eventually passed IRCA, the so-called Reagan amnesty, on a stool with 3 legs. The first leg was employer sanctions, the reason why everyone today has to prove that they are legally authorized to work to get a job. The second was enforcement, and increased enforcement specifically at the border and inside the US. And the third was amnesty, allowing people who had been here long-term time to get a path to a green card. That was pitched as a way we're going to solve this issue once and for all, but it didn't. For the next 20 years straight after IRCA, from 1986 to 2006, border apprehensions were routinely above 1 million a year, which meant that the actual number of people crossing the border, the actual number of border crossings, was routinely between 2 to 3 million, sometimes higher. In fiscal year 2000, which until last year, the last couple of years, had been the highest record for apprehensions, the Department of Homeland Security estimates that there were over 3 million border crossings that year. Close to 4, 2.1 million successful unlawful entries. That is the official DHS estimate for border crossings. Then the Great Recession hit in 2007, migration plummeted. That coincided with the growth of the post-9/11 national security border apparatus. The Border Patrol doubled in size, and for a brief period, really from about 2011 to 2013, 2014, the border fell off of the national conversation because numbers were down. They were still high, 300,000 to 400,000 apprehensions a year, which meant 500,000 to 600,000 crossings a year, even at the lowest level they'd been in decades. But it wasn't a national issue. Then in 2014, that brings us to the last decade, where the border has become more and more the politically dominant issue. In 2014, we first started seeing large numbers of families coming to the border to seek asylum, with homicide rates in Central America higher than anywhere else in the world. There was a period where Honduras and El Salvador were more dangerous than Yemen and Syria, with child recruitment by MS-13, horrific violence facing young people. Parents sent their children or came with them to get them to safety in the United States. And this set off the first of the border crises of the last decade. The Obama administration responded with family detention. Numbers fell briefly as Mexico was convinced to crack down. And then President Trump in 2015 started taking this issue of the border, which had been brought back into political salience in 2014, and made it his #1 issue: build the wall, stop them coming, because there were already pictures on the news of migrants crossing our border and turning themselves into Border Patrol. Then, of course, President Trump took office. In 2018, family separation shocks the nation, and despite its very public failure, perhaps because of its very public failure, more and more families began coming, and we started seeing the next major border crisis, the second one. And we saw news stories of images of caravans and migrants coming to the border, primarily Central American. And once again, migration and the border dominated the news. The Trump administration cracked down, zero tolerance, family separation had been a failure. He imposed new policies, the Remain in Mexico program, other restrictions, asylum bans, efforts to shut the border. And then in 2019, he threatened Mexico with 25% tariffs on every good, and Mexico agreed to crack down on migrants, and the numbers began dropping. And they fell, and then they kept falling for a few months before COVID hit. And COVID reshaped everything, reset the table, and migration began going up again. Of course, there were a lot of other things on people's minds, but it is not really known very widely that December 2020, the last few months of the Trump administration, saw the highest level of migration at the U.S. Mexico border for 20 years for that period. December 2020 was the highest border apprehensions for a December since December 1999. Of course, no one was paying attention at the time because there were a lot bigger things going on in the United States. But when President Biden took over, tens of thousands of migrants who had been waiting in Mexico began trying to cross again. And the policies, Title 42, the pandemic health policy that the Trump administration had put in place, began failing very dramatically. For a wide variety of reasons that I'm not going to get into now. And we saw, yet again, the Biden administration initially respond hesitantly, not really willing to take any major bold moves. Upon taking office, he fulfilled some campaign promises, lifted some policies that had been in effect, but had all largely been replaced. The Remain in Mexico program, of which very much has been said, at the time President Biden took office, was largely vestigial. There were only a few hundred people being put into that program every month. Every single court hearing under the program had been suspended since the pandemic started. And so when Biden lifted this program, it lifted a program that was being applied to less than 2% of people crossing the border. And yet, despite that, very quickly numbers began rising. And because I think a lot of people had been waiting to see who would change. And so we then got into the third and most recent so-called border crisis. So why have I gone through this list of everything that's happened in some ways? Because I think it's really important to understand that this is an extraordinarily complex issue. And as our politics has become more simplistic and focused on sound bites and promises of quick fixes, it has become increasingly difficult for politicians to talk about the complexity of migration in a way that resonates with voters and that doesn't get people to simply stop paying attention. And I think this is very easy to understand. If you say, build the wall, people understand what you mean. If you say, we're currently facing a global displacement crisis, we're dealing with a complex issue and melting international, people will just tune out, even if it is true. So that has been the biggest challenge we face today with migration and policy and how US governments can respond, Democratic and Republican alike. No president in the last 50 years has successfully closed the border. Republican presidents have failed at this, Democratic presidents have failed at this. People have put in place measures that have had short-term impacts. Sometimes apprehensions have gone down only for a few months or a few years to pass and then go up again. Because migration is not a singular issue. The migrants that your program may impact last year are not the same migrants who may be coming to the border this year. And that, in the last 3 years, has been the major shift. Under both Obama and Trump, the migrants coming to the border were overwhelmingly Mexican and Central American. Over 90% of all the migrants who came to the border and sought asylum under Obama and Trump were Central American, Guatemalan, Honduran, and Salvadoran. And there were, of course, as there continue to be, many Mexican migrants and others simply crossing the border to seek a better life, not seeking asylum. Today, that has flipped. By early 2022, even some starting really in late 2021, we started seeing major changes in the demographics. Venezuelan migrants, Colombian migrants, Ecuadorians, Peruvians, people coming from further abroad. In 2021 and 2022, these were overwhelmingly Western Hemisphere migrants, Venezuelans and others from the Caribbean. Now, 2023 and in 2024, we're starting seeing more people coming from outside of the Western Hemisphere, from China, from Mauritania, from Senegal, from Angola, from Africa, from Asia, and from places that have not typically come in large numbers to the southern border before. And so the programs that were aimed to suppress Central American migration are not functioning for these populations. And this is a challenge that the U.S. government, setting aside parties, has been trying to grapple with. And it is a challenge that is exacerbated by the fact that Congress has not legislated on this issue in decades. The last time we passed any changes to our legal immigration system was November 1990, 1 month before the World Wide Web went online. The last time Congress legislated majorly on asylum and enforcement was 1996, at the height of the Macarena craze. So we are facing a very 21st century crisis of global displacement using Cold War era and late 90s era laws. And these laws are not functioning as intended. And the best example of this, as Jeremy's talked about, is the fact that we now have 6-year waits for people even to get a simple yes or no on their claims. There are people who are crossing the border today who are not seeking asylum, who are coming here purely because they want a better life, because we have a mixed migration flow here now. The problem is we don't have a system that can quickly determine who is seeking asylum and who isn't, in part because we don't have enough asylum officers. And the reason we don't have enough asylum officers is because in 1996, when we created the position of asylum officer, we said these aren't even going to be funded by Congress. They'll be funded by fees paid for by the average everyday person applying for an immigration benefit or by employers. As of April 1st, the Biden administration is imposing a $600 asylum program fee on nearly every employment-based application through our legal immigration system because Congress isn't funding these positions. And if we can't fund these positions, then we can't quickly tell who wants asylum and who is just here for the better life that many of our own ancestors sought. And that has created a policy crisis. Successive presidential administrations have thrown everything at the wall to see what sticks. And we've seen the judiciary, as Congress continues to sit around and kick the can down the road, as Jeremy said, we've seen the judiciary then have to play an ever greater role as the executive keeps throwing out policies saying, well, is this one going to work? Is that one going to work? We'll try this one. And half of them get struck down in court. Half of them have some impact, but then the situation changes or the resources are simply not there. And the best example of that, right now, 90% of asylum seekers crossing the border are banned from asylum. The Biden administration, very controversially, in May of 2023 said, we are going to ban asylum for any migrant crossing the border who does not come in through a port of entry, with very few exceptions. But because we can't give people rapid screenings, because we don't have enough asylum officers, because we haven't resourced it, because Congress hasn't designed a new system, most people will not have that asylum ban applied to them until 5 or 6 years later when they eventually get in front of a judge. And that creates a system where even a ban on asylum, the very thing that supposedly is drawing people here, is simply not even doing anything because only about 10 to 15% of the migrants crossing the border can even have that ban applied to them early on. And that has nothing to do with policy and everything to do with resources. I talk a lot about resources in my job because it is the underappreciated side of government policy making. And so that brings us to the 2024 elections. The messages and stories that each candidate is telling and that really are being told nationally are in many ways divorced from the reality of what's happening. On one side, you have candidates activating a fear of scarcity, a fear of difference, a fear of change. And the other, you have someone trying to navigate this more complicated path of nuance. And nuance has historically not been particularly successfully electorally. But it is the reality of what is happening. It is a nuanced situation. People are making individual decisions around the world to come to the United States, not because some puppet master is telling them to come here, not because the Biden administration is flying them here, but because they are seeing things on their own news and their own social networks, because their understanding of what U.S. policy is oftentimes wrong or influenced by the news, because they hear that there's an open border and they decide they want to come. And because they still view the United States as a place where they can find safety, freedom, and a better life.
I think we'll have to cut you off.
Yeah.
But we'll have more time.
That was basically where I was going to end to. And
Perfect.
to say really on that, to end on that point, until the only way to stop migrants from coming here entirely is to erase the idea that the United States, the people hold in their head internationally. And I don't think that's a good idea. Instead, we really do have to build in the investments into making a system that works.
Thank you so much, Erin. Okay, on to Yael.
Thanks. I'm still stuck on screens from COVID, so sorry, I'll have to look down a little bit. And I'm really glad to follow Erin and Jeremy because I can just build on the complexity they've already laid out. And thank you so much for having me here, and thank you all for coming. So I have three major points I'll make. The first one is related to what Jeremy and Erin have already talked about, and sort of what's happened because of the kick down the road problem and the gridlock in Congress in terms of funding and not creating new visas, updating that legal immigration system since 1990, and the unprecedented displacement in Latin America and migration to the border from all over the world that's been happening most recently. What we have now are these policy workarounds that are very reactive. So just for one example, and I think that's actually also driving the discourse on both sides of the political aisle. So let's take an example. Back in mid-2022, we had a situation where, this recent border crisis, a lot of people coming, mostly this was a lot of the Venezuelans who were crossing that Erin was mentioning. Arizona, then under Governor Ducey and Governor Abbott, started busing people coming to the border to northeastern cities, basically, to bring the problem to Washington, where we are, and to New York City. To sort of push back against this and sort of respond to this, what the Biden administration did was try to figure out, because it couldn't change the law and it couldn't make it people get asylum faster or vet asylum seekers faster, and because it couldn't change the law that forces asylum seekers to wait to be able to work, which is also in the law. People have to wait 6 months till they're work authorized. It started to do several things to try to get asylum seekers to work faster, and it used parole, which is a policy that allows people in temporarily, and they don't have to wait to work, so they can work right away. It used temporary protected status for Venezuelans, allowing a lot of the Venezuelans who come in to get faster access to work authorization. It created these clinics at the border in New York City and Massachusetts to sort of get people to be able to apply for work authorization, to get them working. All this idea was to the point that Jeremy made, we're in a hot economy, everybody in cities realizes we need workers, right? The idea is let's change the discourse, let's get people out of shelters, into the workforce, let's make cities feel like this is a boon to them, all these new workers coming, rather than a drain on resources in cities. So what did the other side do? The other side responded by saying, no, really digging in on the idea that anybody who comes in, any newcomer, is a burden. So for example, the Biden administration tried in 2023 to institute this parole program that allowed Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans, $30,000 a month, to come in on parole. It was a way of managing migration, getting order over the border. It was this idea that and since they were on parole, they could work right away. So Texas and a lot of other states sued the Biden administration, trying really, really hard to say, these people are a drain on our jails, on our schools. And you know what? They couldn't prove it. A Texas judge appointed by President Trump said, nope, you can't really prove that. And so that program has existed. So the latest thing that the other side has, the anti-immigrant sort of side has put in fact is this idea that there's an invasion happening. So it's not just that people will be a drain on the economy, which is not true and they couldn't prove, but that they are actually, they're invaders. They're here to replace you. They're here to actually vote illegally in the election. And that's the latest fear so you see this especially, there was a recent effort to claim that an NGO in Matamoros was encouraging asylum seekers to vote for Biden. This is the latest idea. Congressman Johnson recently said, quote, intuitively, we know a lot of illegals are voting. Okay, intuitively, we know this. So this is the idea, and there's a hearing coming up on Thursday about how all these Chinese people are a security threat. I mean, these are the kinds of fears so if you can't prove that immigrants are a burden on the economy, which just could not prove they're actually a boon, you're gonna go through other things. You're gonna go for other scare tactics. President Biden, when he was last in February, basically said that this was his plan, kind of along the lines of what Jeremy and Aaron had mentioned. If people knew that asylum claims would be rejected in 6 months, they wouldn't come, right? That's the idea, like you knew that. And last week, DHS put out a new rule that increase the security screenings that people initially, in this initial screening that people have, to sort of ratchet up the sort of speed and bars on people when they initially come. And so the goal of regulations, as Aaron sort of pointed out, was to just sort of make it harder for people to pass initial screenings so they can kind of be weeded out and like deported earlier. The problem is, as sort of Aaron pointed out, because of resource limitations and foreign relations issues, the United States can't actually subject most of the people coming and arriving to the border to rapid screenings and deportations. Like, that's just not possible. So what happens is actually the administration can only put certain people through that process. And there's a bias, and it comes with nationality. So basically, Central Americans, who are easy to deport because of United States relations with Central America, are the ones that get most subject to this, actually. And another thing is that by trying really hard to put in a lot of enforcement, an increased enforcement at this initial screening stage, when very few people have access to an attorney, when very few people can actually prove that they're worthy of asylum, it's not really a situation where you can prove it. It's not clear to me that screening out people at that stage in the way that the Biden administration is doing will actually can distinguish between people who have good and bad claims. So the problem is that the very efforts that are trying to build confidence in our asylum system are in some ways making it more arbitrary. Because if you screen people really initially on, they don't have attorneys that can't prove, you're not necessarily excluding the people with the weakest claims. You're just excluding the people who you can exclude. And that in itself does not sort of breed the idea that, what the asylum system is doing is really distinguishing, and these people have good claims, these people don't. So I think that's part of the problem. Like, our tools are not actually fit for purpose here, as many people have said. And I want to talk a little bit, the second thing I wanted to talk about was foreign relations a little bit and sort of the international context. And I want to talk a little bit about how the Biden administration is attempting to work with other countries in the region, because that is something different from what the Trump administration did. Aaron gestured at, when Trump was in office, he tried to sort of bully Mexico with tariffs to taking people back. These safe third country agreements that he has signed with Central American governments were sort of similar in approach. The Biden administration sort of shifted, or at least in theory shifted, to sort of working more collaboratively with countries in the hemisphere to try to figure out how do we share responsibility for all these people on the move. And there have been some successes, and I think it's worth pointing them out. The Biden administration sort of convinced Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Guatemala to allow the United States to open up these safe mobility offices in their country and have them basically screen for refugee resettlement in those countries. The other countries were actually wary of having these offices set up there because they thought it would actually be a pull factor, if that's even remotely possible, that more people would come through. But okay, they thought that they would be a pull factor for people coming in. As a result, the offices don't cater to people on the move. They actually, in order to be eligible for processing at these places, you have to actually have lived there for a little while. And the idea is that you're almost, it's the Venezuelans in Colombia who have lived there for a little while and are thinking, like, should I go to the United States, sort of secondary migration, or should I, so those are the people who are being served by these offices. I actually think that the Guatemala office has the most potential because it has a potential to provide pathways to more displaced people, more on the move from Central America, because there are less eligibility requirements for who can use the office, and it actually serves Guatemalans themselves. And I've been working with the State Department to figure out, for example, how we might actually provide a pathway for climate displaced people from Guatemala through the Safe Mobility Office. So there is actually potential here. Like, if we actually ran with it and built this up, the problem is that if President Trump wins the election, erased, all of this will just be quickly undone, and we will go back to thinking about, I think, relations in the region more in the way that the Trump administration thought about it before. Like, they're going to do stuff for us, and it's going to be enforcement oriented. It may sign some of the same agreements that the Trump administration did. So some of these safe mobility offices, which are now promoting migration to the United States or helping migration to the United States, will be turned around to receive people, from the United States back to these countries. To be honest, though, some of the announcements that have come out of these efforts to collaborate with other people in the region aren't as effective as they could be. So for example, some of the pathways opened by the Biden administration seem designed to say, we opened a pathway, rather than to actually serve a need. So for example, Costa Rica recently said that they would allow Ecuadorians to use the safe mobility offices, but there aren't that many Ecuadorians in Costa Rica who've been living there for a while. So they don't know if it's gonna be for 4 people or maybe 1,000 people. They don't even know. They didn't check if there's actually a need for this pathway. Most of the Ecuadorians quickly transit through. I mean, they're not waiting in Costa Rica. So it's kind of interesting to see they're sort of doing this without really assessing whether it's going to meet an actual need, which is interesting. Another deliverable that the Biden administration recently said that they did in collaboration with other countries in the region, and I think it's really telling, has to do with visa sanctions on smugglers. So on May 6th, the United States imposed visa restrictions on executives of several Colombian maritime transportation companies for facilitating irregular migration to the United States. What I think this shows, let's say you ran a transportation company to smuggle migrants through Colombia. You have a good business going. Would a visa sanction, so you can't come to the United States, be an effective way to shut your business down? I don't think so. So I think that what these show is the Biden administration's sort of inability to use diplomacy effectively to actually stop smuggling. And it shows the dominance of migration control as the only tool the Biden administration has diplomatically in the Western Hemisphere. This is terrible, okay? We can't have US diplomacy in Latin America driven by migration control exclusively. When this happens, it leads to disaster. Think about US relations with Haiti, almost completely driven by fear of Haitian migration to the United States. not a recipe for good diplomacy, for good foreign relations, or for good anything, actually. The US cannot see countries in Latin America as first and foremost threats of like sending migrants here, or potentially partners to stop migrants. That's basically it. That is driving US diplomacy in the Western Hemisphere. And that is not a good thing because, for example, it bolsters governments that are not democratic, it gives them passes on human rights violations. Think about Mexico for a second. Mexico, is a partner with us and such a crucial partner to us. We cannot see it first and foremost as a partner for migration control, because if we do that, we overlook certain things we should be critical of Mexico about, and we sidestep our economic relations with Mexico. What do we have to give Mexico to stop migrants? Is that a good thing? I don't know, right? So these are some of the things that I think, and so in thinking about this will sort of be where I end, and thinking about the election, I think this is actually really important. There is a big difference between the Biden administration and the Trump administration in diplomacy and dealing with foreign governments abroad. How is the US going to treat countries to its south? Is it going to be like partners, kind of like EU member states all working together with each other on migration, which has a lot of problems that I won't get into now, but I'm happy to talk about it in the Q&A. Because I think the US is really looking to Europe on their recent pact on migration and thinking about, at least the Biden administration, on how to deal with partners in the region. Or is it going to look at countries in the global south like Europe looks at North African countries? Like countries where you use them to stop migrants, you send migrants there. I think there is a real difference diplomatically in that conversation. And in terms of foreign policy, we are not only are we not having not only is our migration politics making us not have important conversations about how to reform our system domestically, all the things that Aaron and Jeremy have talked about. How do we fund the system so it actually works? How do we coordinate with local cities so they don't feel overwhelmed? And like I said, the Biden administration sort of has tried to do that, but we need to do a lot more. We need to do a lot more with appropriations. I've spent most of my time the last month trying to convince members of Congress to support appropriations to cities receiving asylum seekers as their destination cities, not just at the border, but destination cities, to figure out how to fund the services they need to get them to work, to get them out of shelters, medium-term services, like to help cities not feel as overwhelmed and to coordinate them better. So, of course, we have a lot of work to do there, but I do think this election is also about how the US interacts with other countries in the world, and especially the Western Hemisphere. And since this is a global migration issue, I do think, partnership, real partnership. The Biden administration is not perfect on this. Really, it's not. In fact, I think it still treats Latin American countries too much as, let me pay you to stop migrants from coming here. But I think it would be a lot worse, or a lot more. We would go a lot more in that direction, and I think we lose credibility in the hemisphere. I don't think it's good for US diplomacy. I don't think it's good for US foreign relations, and I don't think it will stop, what people are most concerned about, other countries in the world, maybe regional actors from outside the Americas sort of coming to dominate diplomatically in this hemisphere. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there as another angle on this. I think we're not talking about this. We're talking about domestic politics. We see immigration as a domestic policy issue, but it's also a foreign relations issue. We can't deport Venezuelans. That's one way it's a foreign relations issue, but it's also a foreign relations issue in terms of our diplomacy.
Okay, thank you so much, Yael. On to Representative Wally.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel. It's a very important topic. I come from it from very different perspective, having been born. I have to tell you my personal story so you understand where I'm coming from on this. I'm a proud Houstonian, proud Texan, but even more proud American. I just so happened to be born to a Mexican father who immigrated. When we talk about push and pull factors, one is the push factors of asylum and governments unable to protect their own citizens, whether economically or frankly physically in their well-being. You have those patterns of migrations. You also have pull factors that pull people to the United States because of jobs. My father, in the early 1970s, immigrated to the United States as an undocumented immigrant from Nuevo Laredo, Tamaulipas. He was actually born in southern Mexico in Villahermosa, Tabasco, but he never lived in Villahermosa, Tabasco. He grew up mostly his young life was along the border town of Nuevo Laredo, Tamaulipas, where my grandmother lives and my aunts and nieces and nephews live. My mother, and he immigrated in the 1970s, around 16, 17 years old, and he met my mother. My mother was born here. She is probably fourth or fifth generation American. My grandmother was born in Bexar County. My great-grandmother is from Central Texas in the Uvalde County region just west of San Antonio. My great-great-grandmother on my mother's side is buried in a very tiny Catholic cemetery in Sabinal. Well, some folks call it Sabinal. It's on the way to Garner State Park. We call it Sabinal. We still try to use the Spanish version of it. But she's born in my grandmother, my great-grandmother, my great-great-grandmother are all buried next to each other in this very tiny Catholic cemetery where one of my grandmothers was born in 1854 and died and buried in this tiny Catholic cemetery in 1958. They were parishioners of the little Catholic church there in Sabinal. And so my mother's side has been here generations. My father obviously immigrated from Mexico. I was born in 1978 to that relationship. And it was a complicated relationship. Born with a lot of love, a lot of affection. My grandparents I spent a lot of time with my grandparents and reared by them. My father, good man, good complicated man, and I've been very open about this, and I'm not ashamed to say this, but he committed some crimes. Let me back up. He adjusted in the 1980s because my mother, obviously a U.S. citizen. He adjusted his status because he was married to a U.S. citizen. He was then granted legal permanent residency. Never took his citizenship test, even though he spent most of his adult life here in the United States. Good man, hard working man, but just dealt with a lot of substance use issues. And that's probably what majority of the issues are related to substance abuse. He got into some trouble, was in and out of the Harris County Jail, ultimately landed in the state penitentiary in Huntsville and in the Stevenson unit in Cuero, Texas when I was about 13 or 14 years old, so I was the oldest of 5 children. But in that time, we would go to Mexico a lot, right? So we spent summers, we spent holidays there, and ultimately he was deported because of the particular crime that he committed was an aggravated felony. He was deported, and watching him, one, behind a cage, in a state penitentiary was very difficult for somebody like me who was trying to understand what I was trying to do with myself at that age. But I ultimately made enough right decisions. Didn't say I didn't make all the right decisions, but I made enough right decisions that it's led me to this point, where the statistics may have led me different path. And I'm grateful for the opportunities that have been, and the doors that have been opened to me as somebody who grew up in the Aldine Independent School District, attended church in the community, and I do see our bishop, so thank you for being here. I tell you all of that to tell you this, that experience, that lived experience is what has carried me through the legislature. This is my 8th term in the legislature. That is 16 years. This is not a partisan issue. This is just the reality and the facts that I live as a Democrat member of the Texas legislature over the last 16 years, and how the politics of fear have really infiltrated and has gotten its claws in certain sectors of our electorate, that fear is a great motivator. So when I got elected in 2008, sworn in 2009, there was hardly, not that there weren't bills that deal with immigration. It was such that there were enough reasonable members of the other party that said, you know what? First, they wanted to do away with Plyler, the U.S. Supreme Court case that allows all children to be educated. It's actually a case out of Texas, unfortunately. All children to be educated, whether they're documented or otherwise, to be educated in public schools. There were efforts to do that. And not many wouldn't even get a hearing. Then you'd had efforts to do away with, which Texas and Governor Perry at the time, we passed a bill, the in-state tuition, the Texas Dream Act, that allowed in-state tuition for all children, whether their immigration status was questionable or not, all children, to not prevent them from paying college tuition, but those seniors that were graduating high school, HB 1403, what that bill allowed was those students that didn't have a Social Security card, they wanted to matriculate into a Texas state institution, to at least have the opportunity to pay in-state tuition. Not that they would get free tuition, that they would just pay opportunity to pay in-state tuition. Because I worked at the University of Houston in 1997, and I was doing admissions work, and it was very difficult to convince a child or a student to come to U of H or to any institution. I'm very proud to be on this campus. It's a wonderful institution. Very hard to convince them, yeah, we can get you in, but how are we going to pay for it, right? And so, and particularly for that type of student. So Texas had that good history, and then it's just evolved. It's metastasized into this fear-mongering, where now I sit on the House Appropriations Committee. Look, again, I'm a Democrat in a Republican-controlled legislature. I've been very, very successful at working my relationships, my politics, but also my work ethic and what my values are, that this speaker has put me, and the previous speaker had put me in positions of authority to help pass, in a bipartisan way, to help pass a $320 billion state budget. I've been on that committee, that appropriations committee of 27 members, but also one of 5 members of the House that get to negotiate the budget, the final budget, with 5 members of the Senate. And it's called the conference committee, and it's an awesome responsibility. But what's happened over time, and I'm grateful for that, but it's had posed some challenges for me, because one of the first instances where we saw this, obviously Arizona was I guess Supreme Court overturned SB 1070, 2012, 13, somewhere around that time frame. You had other states. The biggest one, obviously, was Prop 187 in California in the 1990s, that just generated a lot of anti-immigrant rhetoric, and then they got a lot of pushback. Those 2 states. Now you have Texas with SB 4. Now look, let me explain to you. There are different versions of SB 4, and I'll get to that point. But what's happened in the appropriations process is that in 2013, 2014, 2015, we saw these bills, that border security bill that would have enhanced DPS's presence and the Texas Military Department's presence along the U.S. Mexico border, i.e. the National Guard being deployed. What those early bills did was, we would pay probably around $800 million for 250 new DPS cadets to be trained to do rotations down on the U.S. Mexico border and in certain hot spots, mostly Starr County, Maverick and Eagle Pass were not even a blip yet. It was mostly, it was in response to the unaccompanied minors. And so I got really passionate about why we were attacking a certain segment of a world population, because these young children are being pushed from their countries, Tegucigalpa, San Salvador, these failed Central American states that can't provide for the economic well-being of their citizens, being pushed out and being sent to the U.S. Mexico border. And so Texas says, we need to do something about this. So what do? We put $800 million in the budget to do precisely what I just explained in enhancing border security at the U.S. Mexico border. That was the 2015 session. I was on appropriations, but I was not a member of the conference committee yet. Over time, built relationships and trying to navigate that environment has been very, very difficult. And again, I come from it from a very personal perspective, rightly or wrongly, with my own complicated family history. But I'm not just the only one. There are millions of people that live in this country, but over 1 million reported, roughly 1 million undocumented folk, depending on what what census tracts you're looking at. I come from a very personal perspective. So when I speak on the issue in the committee, on the dais, I come from that perspective, but I also have to, it's hard to compartmentalize these issues because they're very personal, but also have to put, I went to law school. I studied immigration in law school at the University of Houston Law Center. I worked in the immigration clinic. I've worked on SIJ cases. I've listened to young teenage girls while I was in law school taking these cases at the clinic. I would have to transcribe the stories, these horrific stories that these young ladies were subject to traveling from Tegucigalpa through Central America, southern Mexico, and getting on La Bestia, which is basically a train that people get on, that migrants get on to traverse all the way up to, at the time was mostly probably Star. There's 4 counties in the RGV. Don't get them confused. The RGV is very different from the rest of the state of Texas, and they will tell you that. It's 4 counties. It's Cameron, Star, Hidalgo, and Willacy. Those are your 4 counties in the RGV, what they consider the RGV. But as we know, South Texas in our region is 1,200 miles from El Paso all the way down to Brownsville. And so over time, what's happened in the legislature, we've had probably a 10-fold increase in border security dollars that are being spent in the appropriations process. Today, we've probably appropriated just this last election, not election, well, yeah, it is election cycle, last appropriations between 6 and 10, all the packages together, $6 and $10 billion just on border security. $3 billion of those dollars are going to the wall, of which only probably less than 40 miles have been built. This gentleman's been reported on it extremely well. He'll give you more details, but I'm just giving you from my perspective, from the numbers that we see, at about $20 to $30 million per mile. That's how much it's costing the state of Texas. About $20 to $30 million per mile to build that wall on mostly private property. In certain segments of South Texas. So for me, it's important to kind of give you that perspective, but also to understand that it's very hard to traverse these waters because fear is a big motivator. Fear is a huge motivator, and it's being used, it's being weaponized in this otherism to your opening keynote speaker is being weaponized, in my view, is being weaponized to just gin up so much animosity within our communities without seeing the nuance. And politics doesn't like nuance because you can't put it on a slogan or anything like that. But I'd love to get interaction from you guys and the questions, and I will close there. But thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you so much, Representative. Okay, and David.
Thank you so much, and I'll try to be quick because I also really want to get to questions. I think this is a huge and complicated topic. My name is David Donati. Like Representative Wally, I was born and raised here in Houston, but my parents are also immigrants from Argentina, so I come at this from my own perspective. And even then, looking back further into my family history, I don't think there's anywhere in the world where we have grave sites laid next to each other. I think my family experience has been very much defined by movement, sometimes due to persecution. And so I do come to this seat from that perspective. And today I'm a senior staff attorney at the American Civil Liberties Union of Texas, based here in Houston. I came back to Houston about 5 years ago for this job. And my very first case as an ACLU attorney, we filed in February of 2019. And that feels like a long time ago, like a lifetime ago. But just, it may come to mind that we had the longest government shutdown in United States history between December 2018 and February of 2019, and it was about border wall funding. So President Trump campaigned on building a wall, being tough on immigration. He said he wanted to build coast to coast, big, beautiful, shining wall. And he asked for something like $6 billion to do it. And there was a lot of pushback in Congress. Congress refused. They gave him $1.3 billion, still a big number, not what he wanted. So in February of 2019, President Trump declared a national emergency. And the national emergency was based on what he called record numbers of large-scale migration, mostly family units. So we litigated that case for 2 years. We went up and down from the Supreme Court twice. And even though we won, the United States Supreme Court on what's called the shadow docket in my world, but the emergency procedural docket, issued what's called a stay. So we had said, you can't use money that wasn't given to you to build a wall. Congress specifically denied this. Congress has the power of the purse. And every court that listened to our arguments agreed with us, but the U.S. Supreme Court, 5 votes to 4, without any reasoning, said the Trump administration could go ahead and build. And build, they did. They built about 450 miles of wall. Jeremy cited these numbers earlier. He said $15 billion. Over $10 billion of that was illegally diverted. Every court to have looked at this has said that. And if you just search for what that wall looks like, it's really a portrait of absurdity. They dynamited mountain ranges to build walls in between the canyons that they created. The reason they did that is because that's where you could build the fastest. Because if you want to build in Texas, most Texas borderlands are privately owned. That's why it's really difficult to build here. But in Arizona, California, New Mexico, there's a lot more public land. You can build a wall there. So regardless of what its impact is on migration, that's where they chose to build. The wall has not stemmed the flow of migration. I think it'd be very difficult to argue otherwise. But we ultimately resolved that case with a settlement agreement. We got $45 million in remediation and mitigation on behalf of our clients, Sierra Club and Southern Border Communities Coalition. Great. A month ago, a federal judge here in Texas, in a lawsuit brought by Texas, is now compelling the Biden administration to build border wall outside of Texas. So we now have this absurd situation where my case, which was brought on behalf of 2 advocacy organizations as well as 20 states, California, Vermont, is trying to appear in a court in South Texas against other states who are trying to compel the construction of the border wall. I bring up this story for, I think, 2 reasons. One of them is the crisis that we hear about is very much not a new one. And Aaron did a great job of talking about those numbers. I think it's very debatable whether the numbers are higher today than before, whether we're enforcing more today than before, or what those numbers mean as a proportion of population or our needs. Nonetheless, regardless of the reality, this rhetoric of crisis and emergency is a very popular and dominant one. And and I think the other reason I bring it up is because it can feel sort of absurd to be in this loop of you have 20 states suing to bring one policy into effect and then 20 other states suing to bring another policy into effect. It feels like, regardless of what is happening as a matter of fact and principle, we are caught in this relentless push and pull, and that's where I want to end. Before I get there, I'm going to say a couple more things. I think it's because there's a lot to the dynamic here that we are alluding to, but I just want to make very explicit. So one of them is that's a federal fight. That's about who's in the White House and what they're doing. But Representative Wally and I are also here in Texas. And certainly we have a different president in the White House, but the reality on the ground in Texas has in many ways become much harsher for immigrant communities, whether undocumented or not. And so one of my more recent litigations is against this Senate Bill 4, which creates a state immigration regulation regime as well as state deportation. And one of the things that we are able to say correctly in that case is no state has ever regulated immigration in this way. And for 150 years or more, the United States Supreme Court has said this is the federal government's job. And I say that with some degree of reservation because the reason it's the federal government's job is not a shining moment in American history. It comes out of Chinese exclusion in the late 19th century. The United States was not deporting people or regulating immigration before the Civil War. It was only after the Civil War, when a lot of Chinese people came to build our railroads, that the United States started regulating it. And the U.S. Supreme Court, very famously in a case called Che Chanping, said, well, it's an incident of sovereignty that you're able to deport people. The Constitution says absolutely nothing about that. It doesn't vest the power in the Congress to do it. But the Supreme Court said, well, yes, every country can do it, and it becomes a really important part of what a national identity is to control membership. And so that's the through line that's gotten us to this point. It's if that power exists, it is vested in one federal government. We as a country speak with one voice. It is unsustainable and a terrifying reality to have every state dictating for itself things like membership, entry, and exclusion. And the reason SB4 gains traction, I think SB4, I experience it as an attorney who's worked on these cases and as someone who's mediating the feeling of community members who are potentially impacted by it. I don't see the way the legislature feels about it. But if you followed the news over the past couple of months, you may be aware that this Senate bill actually went into effect for something like 9 hours.
Yeah.
On a Tuesday. It was a horrible experience. It was very scary for a lot of people. I could talk about that whiplash a little bit more, but not a person was arrested during those 9 hours. And instead, the reality that we heard from law enforcement statewide was we don't know what to do with this thing, right? Because the Texas legislature passed this law, and there was a lot of debate in the Texas legislature. There were very strong voices like Representative Wally and others who were adding perspectives that I think are important and ignored. One of the prior sponsors of the bill got up and said, hey, I think this is unconstitutional. Nonetheless, they passed it, and they passed it in the way that Texas passes bills, which is with what's called a severability clause, which says if any part of this is struck down, then you keep alive any word. So if the judge says that you can't deport people, you still have a law that says you can regulate entry or you can regulate re-entry. And if they strike down all of those, then you still have the prepositions or the gerunds or whatever. They did it. They did this with the abortion bounty hunter law. They did it with Senate Bill 4 because the goal is to pass legislation. It is not to pass legislation that necessarily works. And it's not to pass legislation that people are asking for. It's not to pass legislation that law enforcement is asking for. Law enforcement agents that we talk to, people in good faith who come at this from a different perspective than I do as an ACLU attorney, will tell us this is bad for our community relationships. If we want domestic violence survivors to come forward and complain or cooperate with law enforcement, this is not what we do. And one of the things that worries me as an attorney who's just reading the language of this law, different people have different perspectives. So Harris County, where we sit, they filed an amicus brief. They said, well, Senate Bill 4 is about border enforcement. You'll hear that a lot. This is a real risk at the border, but in a place like Houston, you don't have to worry about it. Dallas, Fort Worth, you don't have to worry about it. That's not what the bill says. And I believe you that it is probably a greater risk that it's going to be enforced more at the border, but I think a very real consequence of laws like these is that, number one, they're very hard to manage. In Texas, we have over 2,700 law enforcement agencies, each of which has their own officers exercising their own discretion about how to enforce state laws. So the head of state's Department of Public Safety can say one thing, and that doesn't mean that the Dog Walkers Association of Houston is going to do the same thing, because they're peace officers too. But even if that were the case, there is a reality of law enforcement that makes people very frightened. And so if you're driving your mom to church, and she may or may not have a particular immigration status, or maybe she's legally here, but she doesn't have her passport or her ID, whatever the case may be, what should be a routine police interaction can become a whole lot scarier, whether you're in Houston or elsewhere. And that's the problem. That's part of the problem with these enforcement-only approaches, which are costly. We talked about $15 billion for the wall. Our annual budget for border enforcement is nearly 3 times what it was 20 years ago. And in Texas alone, in the past 3 years on Operation Lone Star, whether this is through the normal appropriations or whether this is just money that appears from thin air, the state has told us in our litigation they've spent over $11 billion on Operation Lone Star in the past 3 years. We ran an analysis of what Operation Lone Star means, and we're publishing that soon, likely early next week. And part of the problem is it's a relatively undefined program, because if you ask the Department of Public Safety, they'll tell you they've made 45,000 arrests, the majority of which are felonies and drug offenses and weapons. If you ask the courts that are in charge of administering it, they'll give you a number that's about a quarter of it, and it'll be majority misdemeanors. If you look at the breakdown of what is the classic Operation Lone Star arrest, it's misdemeanor trespass. It is 98% or more of those arrests are Latinx people. Operation Lone Star operates on another disaster declaration, the sort of state equivalent of an emergency declaration. 99% of those enhancements are Latinx people, and almost none of them involve a related weapons or drugs charge. So when we say there's an invasion and we're arresting people who are bringing drugs and weapons, that's not what the numbers say, and we're spending a whole lot of money to do it. And I think this is a function of the enforcement-only approach, and if you start with fear, if that's your motivator, that's what you get. You get the 10-year mandatory minimums from SB4, third special legislative session. You get the Senate Bill 4 deportation bill. You get $11 billion on programs that could be used to feed or house or educate people. You get $20 billion on CBP. You get $15 billion, $30 million a mile on border wall that's easy to cut with a saw from Home Depot. That's what you get. And so where we need to be is we need to ask ourselves, fear is important and we take it very seriously, but what are our values? And if we start from our values, where do we go? And I think that has a very important consequence, which is we're talking about the election, and we're talking very much about 2 presidents, President Biden and President Trump, and we're looking at their approaches. From where I sit at the ACLU, far and away the most important elections here are for legislators. They're for members of Congress, because this is their job. And if you say this is the president's job and the president is the one who's going to do everything, what you get is enforcement. Because that's what the president's role is. The president takes care that the laws are executed. They're in charge of the military. They are not in charge of the resources, which we have said are very important. They're not in charge of the visa programs, which we've said are very important. And it may or may not be that everyone who's arriving at our shores has a valid case for asylum as we conceived of it in 1950. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to come here. That doesn't mean that we don't need them. But that is very much a decision that we as the ACLU would say is not the president's job. And one thing that I'm proud of is that we sued President Trump when he misused his executive power to manage migration. We've sued President Biden for doing the same thing. Because from our vantage point, it is the systems that are crucially important, and it is our systems that are broken.
Okay, thank you so much, David. That was a great set of points to end on. So I've been a bad moderator, and we're over our allotted time, but you all were saying such interesting things, and I wanted to just allow you to continue. So we have about 20 minutes now for questions. I'm going to take a question from the last set of questions for Jeremy, and I think it's very applicable to this panel. So someone asked, both Homeland Security Secretary and VP keep saying the border is secure. what does the Biden administration mean by a secure border? And I'm going to expand that a little bit and ask you sort of a normative question of, what could a manageable border situation look like? What can and should it look like? You can answer that in any nuanced or non-nuanced fashion. And for Yael, I think since you brought really interesting international perspective, I would just say that the border doesn't just mean the border, our physical border along dividing the U.S. from Mexico. It also extends to other countries, visa regimes, the way that we pay other countries to, for example, in Mexico, police their southern border. So what can that mean internationally or domestically? And coming into the election later this year, what could either party do, I guess more likely one party than the other, to convince voters that the border can be a manageable situation? So if we want to maybe just go down the line.
Yeah, I'll start with this question, why does Mayorkas and others say the border is secure? And I think there's a pretty simple explanation for this. As I mentioned, we've been through a period of millions of crossings for the last 50 years. And the first modern border wall didn't go up until 1994. Most border walls started growing at the Secure Fence Act of 2006. A whole bunch of border walls went up. But beyond that was hiring of tens of thousands of new Border Patrol agents and the blanketing of the southern border in surveillance. So it is, according to official DHS estimates, it was not until 2012 that the average person crossing the border was likely to be taken into custody. So that is to say that from 1789 to 2012, anyone could cross the US border really safe in the knowledge that they were more likely than not to make it through without being caught. So when Mayorkas is asked, is the border secure, he is looking about that historical perspective, looking back to 15, 20 years ago or more, when it was much easier to cross the border without being caught. And he was thinking of those migrants who are turning themselves in, who are crossing the border and handing themselves into a Border Patrol agent as not violating the security of the border, because they are immediately turning themselves into law enforcement. They would turn themselves into someone with a clipboard. You don't even need a guy with a gun there. They're literally just handing themselves in. And he was comparing that to the people who are trying to get through without being caught and saying, historically speaking, we are in a period compared to our past where it is much harder to get in without being caught. And that is to ignore the people who are simply crossing and turning themselves in. Whereas others would say, that is the problem, we need to stop people from doing that. So I think that's where that's coming from. So how do we resolve this? Well, we have long said ports of entry. Make it so that people can cross safely at a port of entry. But today, migrants cannot simply walk up to a port of entry. There's an appointment process where in some places it takes 8 months to get an appointment to go to a port of entry. And so if we make that process more easily, then people won't have to cross the border and turn themselves in. And the Border Patrol can go back to focusing on those people who are not turning themselves in, who are trying to evade arrest. And so that's, I think, where this confusion is how do you think about those people who are crossing and handing themselves in versus the people who are crossing and trying to evade arrest? And what does it look like to focus on those as two very different populations? And so I think that's really at the heart of it.
Right, so our border does not start at the U.S. Mexico border. We, especially since 9/11, the U.S. has pushed its security apparatus all over the world. And, the collaboration that I was talking about that President Biden has been engaging on to create pathways from the hemisphere has an enormous component separately that involves information sharing from other governments. And one of my concerns actually is because I've been to detention and I've met with Salvadoran asylum seekers, especially young men who they were accused of something by the Salvadoran government. And the US knows about it because we have a lot of information sharing with the Salvadoran government because we've done that, we've built that. And he was never convicted, but he's stuck in detention and it will not be paroled out because of this flag that he has on his record, even though he has a perfectly legitimate asylum claim. So information sharing, with other governments who are autocratic and perhaps misuse or accuse, right now, Salvador is under like essentially a state of emergency, and it's very dangerous to be a young man in El Salvador, frankly. So whether or not the U.S. should share security information with all these governments I'll leave that aside for a second. The fact of the matter is it's happening. And especially with governments like Panama, everybody talks about the Djerejian gap. I mean, basically, Panama takes biometrics of everybody who goes through there and shares it with the US government. Like the United States has paid Panama to provide it with the biometric machines to do that. So we know, so one of the reasons I think Secretary Mayorkas can say with some confidence that the border is secure is that when people turn themselves in, as Aaron said, when people turn themselves in, they are then taken to a CBP facility to be processed. And what happens during that processing is basically a check of all that information. And depending on any red flag, you can be sent to detention. We do not have enough detention beds to send everybody there, but we do have enough detention beds to send anybody with a red flag there, period. So, I mean, I do think that that might be part of what he means when the border is secure, because we are sharing it. I just want to say one other thing, that I think, this issue of security is so manipulated such that people coming, especially extracontinental migrants who are not coming from this hemisphere, there is just an extreme amount of suspicion cast upon them, regardless of whether or not they're actually a security threat. I mean, the disparate treatment that the way Congress suspected Afghans of being security threats is shocking, considering that so many of these folks had worked for the U.S. government, basically, in Afghanistan, and yet the fear of Afghans and the needs, and basically anybody coming from the Middle East, the fear and the instinct, I mean, not just the Middle East, from Uzbekistan, people coming from any place, any Muslims, frankly, are really subject to extreme scrutiny at the border. And these are the people that are getting extra scrutiny. And again, there are more people coming from extracontinental countries, especially Muslim countries, to the border. As Aaron said before, lots of people come from all parts of the world, but not relatively still small numbers, and they are getting extra scrutiny, I'm telling you now, from the Department of Homeland Security. So I think that is kind of what Secretary Mayorkas means, that we are actually doing a little bit more than we're going to let you explain publicly, but that is definitely happening.
The only thing I would add is my suspicion is that, no, not my suspicion, but what I've read here recently is under this new budget bill that they passed in Congress, that the president, what Secretary Mayorkas pretty much asked he got in beefing up the border security, particularly along the U.S. Mexico border, obviously, but within personnel and staff. So hiring more, they got more money in, I hate to say boots on the ground, but that's what they are, is more border security agents. That's probably where, and they bought all this equipment, this fentanyl screening equipment that apparently had been sitting on pallets somewhere that hadn't been installed along the ports of entry. Those now, with these new dollars, I think are going to be that technology among other technology that they're going to be spending an enormous amount of resources to secure the border. That's what I suspect that he's talking about. Having gone down to the border my whole life, I was just there last week, and there is a way to do both. There is a way to be able to vet people that want to do harm to us. I think we can do that. At the same time, be humane in the way we treat people that want to come here through no fault of their own, because they're being pushed out of their country. So I think there's enough resources. There has to be a will, and I'm glad that this forum is being held so that we can continue this conversation. That would be my contribution, because I want to get to other questions too. So
yeah, I mean, I could not agree more. I think if the question is, do we have crime or an invasion, the numbers just don't bear that out. We've devoted so many resources to boots on the ground. If you go down to the border and you're on our side, they're among the safest communities in our country. I also have been out there kayaking on the Rio Grande, it is safe for us as Americans. Whether there are libertarian consequences to that, as with the state of Texas seizing Shelby Park and Eagle Pass, absolutely as well. As Aaron said, it's a heavily surveilled place, and that's the American side. I think the only other perspective that I'll add quickly is secure for whom? And so I think from our vantage point, thinking about, well, yes, as US citizens, are we worried about crime or terrorism? Many people are, and that's why we are here at this forum. But if you look at the numbers, you shouldn't be. But 2023 was the deadliest year for migrants attempting to cross into the United States on record. Nearly 800 people died. The United Nations has called the U.S. Mexico border the deadliest land crossing, certainly in the Americas, if not the entire world. And I do think that we do ourselves a huge disservice by structuring our immigration system in a way that requires everyone to pay $5,000 at least to a coyote or a human smuggler to get here. We are creating an infrastructure that I think actively undermines our safety. We as Americans are relatively safe, but we have created an unsustainable and very dangerous situation, both for migrants and for our border communities as well, and I can talk more about that too. A lot of questions.
All the questions, yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask, picking up on those comments, but turning to sort of the politics of it and the messaging. Someone asked, the anti-immigration side of the debate has a good soundbite, as you mentioned in your comments, Aaron. What is the best soundbite for the nuanced or balanced position? Everyone feel free to answer.
Yeah, I mean, really quickly, it's that America is a nation of immigrants, has always been a nation of immigrants, and always will be a nation of immigrants. And we've been through this before, 100 years ago. We went through a similar period of restrictionism. We blocked immigration, we slashed it on explicitly racial grounds with the intent to keep what at the time they called the racial stock similar. And yet, nevertheless, we have gone through waves and periods of this, and the United States is the richest, most powerful nation in the world, and people are frightened over a few people, a few million people coming here, mostly because they see that we're the richest and most powerful nation in the world and would love to be part of us. Like, America is, when we focus on America as a nation of immigrants, it's a nation of old immigrants, it's a nation of new immigrants. And as long as we keep that up, we can continue to thrive. It is our secret sauce. Immigration has always been America's secret sauce. And I think if we get people to understand that it is easier and less expensive to resource our reception infrastructure than it is to keep pouring billions of dollars into a border wall, that's, I think, a message that can resonate with people. We can do this. We absolutely can do this. It's just we actually have to try. Yeah, it's not a soundbite. It's true, and that is fundamentally the problem.
So when during the 2016 election, the first time when President Trump was running on "Let's Make America Great Again," I said, immigrants help make America great would be a good, and I do think, immigrants help make America great. I do think the problem is that President Trump is running on, our nation is in decline. We are declined. Things are really bad. Things are bad. It's like a declensionist narrative, which is there are a lot of famous preachers in American history who have made the same, the Puritans made those arguments all the time that everything is really bad. Things are going downhill. We have to stop things from getting worse. And I think you have to run on, things aren't bad, and we have to, Obama's right, we have to run on hope. Things are good, things are better, things can get better, and if we want to maintain, we want to make things better, and we want to keep going up, like a progressive narrative, although there are all kinds of problems with progressive narratives, this is not a soundbite either, but this idea that America, immigrants help make America great, and we're on the upswing, I think is a better way of dealing with it. because it says like we're not going down, things are not going down, and if we actually do want to face the challenges that we have, which are real, climate change is real, like people are moving, global displacement is real, we have to be like proactive, we can do it, but we're not on the decline. I think we need to put that declensionist narrative to the side, because decline makes people scared, right? And so if you deny that we're on the decline, that really, really helps.
I'm in politics, and Democrats, we're terrible messengers. So, and I have hope, right? I have hope because I wouldn't be in the position that I've been in without some type of values. And when you talk to people, when I ran for the legislature, I talked to lots of conservative folk that, they were pro-gun, they were, anti-abortion, and some of them were single vote folks, right? But I think what distinguished the interactions with people is when you start talking to them face to face and you start having a conversation face to face. And I know that's hard to have a one-to-one conversation with every voter in your district, where there's 200,000 people in our districts as House members of the 150 members of the legislature. But in talking to enough diverse folks, there's kind of like this common decency among Americans. And I sit on boards with very conservative, education boards and scholarship boards of very conservative businessmen. The public is on our side on these things. The polling shows it. You separate the fear when you start to kind of extrapolate some of the crosstabs, and in particular in Houston, because obviously you have a perfect surveyor in Dr. Kleinberg, and I'm kind of pushing his book, Prophetic City, right? He signed it for me, so I have to give him a plug. But the sentiment among particularly Houston, and we are that melting pot. We are that shiny hill, because it's but for people like the Bakers, that you have the Baker Ripley, one of the first nonprofits that was the Rust settlement merged with the Bakers in about probably 100 years ago, that helped immigrants be incorporated into the Houston society. And so I want to be more hopeful than using fear. I try to stay away from that. But the reality is that it is a great motivator, right? So you went from just the symbolism of hope, yes we can, right? And just that bumper sticker of the sun rising, that symbolism was powerful. That was hopeful. To gloom and doom, right? I'm more optimistic, even though my realities get checked on a daily basis in the legislature. I'm very, very hopeful because we do have some rays of hope, and it's anecdotal for me, right? Because I do speak to a lot of conservative. You talk to a construction guy, conservative, Republican, that works in construction, that's a contractor. He will not have any workers if we continue down this path of it. SB for the deportation force, SB for enhancing the human smuggling component that basically would mandate a 10-year minimum, mandatory 10-year minimum for human smuggling. It's bad, it is a bad thing. You should punish that. But there's no other crime in the state of Texas that, not even murder or rape, in the punishment phase allows for 10-year mandatory minimum. So you talk to those guys and you start explaining to them what these bills actually do, they're appalled. They're appalled. You got people in Houston, Markman, big construction firm, restaurant industry. I'm more hopeful. We do got to find that right slogan, though, I guess, since that's the, that will resonate with all people, because I don't want to continue down this rabbit hole with fear, because I think most Americans, when you think about the decency of Americans, they're kind-hearted people. We just got to figure out how to tap into that, honestly.
Yeah, and So I'm a lawyer, and brevity's not our forte. We get paid by the word. So I really like something Jeremy said, which is, don't say immigrants make Houston great. Say Houston is great. And it's kind of breaking down that categorization of us versus them. Because even if we're talking about immigrants in this positive way of look at all they bring, I do think that has that separating effect, which isn't true to the way we experience each other on an interpersonal level. If I had to have a soundbite, I might just say something like, we all want the same thing. We all want safety. We all want to be able to go outside, walk our dogs, raise our children in a healthy, sustainable community. And the sad reality is that for a lot of people, that's not an option. And we deserve that here in the United States, and we'll hold our lawmakers to account to make sure that we get that. But it cannot be the case that we'll just shut the door or close down immigration to people who are in need, because I don't think that is consistent with our values. And then the last point I'll make on soundbites is that I think one of the difficulties here is that immigration is a huge category and kind of an idea. Yeah. And it's even more sweeping. Like, one of the analogs that I think about sometimes is the analog between the way we talked about crime in the late 80s, early 90s. It was just this whistle, and you knew what it meant. But the problem is, if crime goes down, crime is conduct. We might not want crime happening. But immigration isn't the same way, because immigrants are people. And so it's not necessarily obvious that we want immigration to go down in the same way as crime. So if I were thinking about sound bites, I might break it down issue by issue. There's something called ID and tax. From the labor side of it, we want people who are here, who are qualified, who are identified, because that helps keep us safe, and who are paying into our systems of taxation because they're contributing. Or, a lot of people don't know this, if you're married to a United States citizen, you can't necessarily convert your status to become a lawful resident. Certainly that's the case if you're a parent of a United States citizen. If you entered without inspection, you can't convert your status without a 10-year bar. So I at the ACLU really like families belong together, but you break it down by issues. You make it clear that it's not something so simple as, well, where are you pro-immigration or anti-immigration? It's nuanced. You feel about it differently depending on the circumstances, and you deal with it on those terms, and I think we can start to have a rational discussion that Congress can then act on by making policies.
Okay, excellent. So we're almost out of time. I'm just going to ask 2 quick questions. You can choose to answer either one, and just kind of 1 minute each response, as well as any closing remarks you want to add. Okay, so the first one is, talking about diplomacy, are the actions the state of Texas via SB4 or Operation Lone Star undertaking, are those harming the relationship with Mexico presently or in the future? So kind of an international focused question. And then secondly, having functioning immigration courts with more judges and so on to process cases efficiently without 5 to 6 year backlogs would seem to be agreeable on both sides of the immigration divide. Why is funding to improve the immigration legal process not a more bipartisan issue? So either one you want to respond to, and any final remarks you want to make.
So I'll start with a very quick answer to the first one, which is yes and yes. The Mexican government has repeatedly said that what Abbott is doing is harming U.S.-Texas relations, and it is harming economics as well. You see with his truck blockades, the mandatory inspections of every single truck crossing the border into Texas, which is causing to some, Ciudad Juarez, they estimated, I think it was $32 million a day in economic damage. So Mexico's not happy about that because they're our #1 trading partner, and so there are increasingly frosty relations between Mexico and Texas, despite the fact that they continue to work together on a day-to-day basis. And then on this question, why is funding such a challenge? I think I would have 2 short answers to that. Answer 1 is funding is always a challenge in the federal government. Just getting anything funded, even setting aside immigration, is difficult, and we're talking about large-scale funding, and it is always a matter of 10% increases here, 5% increases there, and if we really want to talk about tackling this on a large scale, we're talking about billions. Again, that is, I think, cheaper than the alternative, but that's hard to pitch to people. It's easier to pitch in a short-term solution of infusion to enforcement rather than adjudication. And the other issue is, a lot of people don't want anyone here at all. And I think that is really important. Speaker Johnson said at the debate over the bipartisan bill, he said, this allows up to 1,400 people a day to come through ports of entry. The answer should be 0. And if that is what you want, then a functioning immigration court system that produces wins is not what you want. And it also reduces the political salience to have a functioning system. And so there are some people who have been very open about not wanting to do anything because they just simply don't want to take that away as a political issue. That said, to emphasize, I think as my closing marks is, while resources are incredibly important, there are 3.7 million cases in the immigration court system right now, about 5,000 cases per judge. That is not going to go away if you hire 100 new judges or 200 more judges. You're going to need to hire hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and even then it will take years. So what Congress really has to do is go back to the comprehensive idea of start at zero. If you start at zero and then you have a really good infrastructure in place to adjudicate claims quickly, you can do it. If we just try to slap down resources on top and say we're not going to make any other changes, might work, but it's going to take decades, and that's a challenge.
Okay, first I just wanted to say that the reason I spoke about international relations is, first of all, because my organization is really international and focused on that, but also because that is really more squarely the executive authority when you're dealing with an election. So as opposed to how immigrants are treated after they arrive in the United States, which is equally a local and state responsibility. Federal government might vet people coming in, but then that's it. Like then it's everybody. It's all states. Everybody needs to abide by the rights of people who are here. I actually think that the demographic changes in immigration over the last few years have the fact that like so many immigrants are not coming from Mexico but coming from other countries has fundamentally changed the U.S. Mexico relations. And it used to be that, when Mexico was discussing immigration with the United States, they were discussing their own nationals primarily. It still comes up sometimes. So one of the things that Mexico asked the U.S. to do in exchange for dealing with all these third country nationals coming through was, give Mexican citizenship in the United States, like legalize all of our people. That used to be Mexico's main concern. Right, its own nationals in the United States and the rights of its own nationals. And I think now things have gotten a lot more complicated because Mexico is now seeing itself more as a global or regional power. Right, Mexico convenes alternative summits in the Americas with Venezuela and Cuba invited. And U.S. doesn't invite those people. And Mexico now sees itself in a new role in the Americas, and the U.S. needs to just sort of deal with that. It's now not talking only about its own nationals, but it's talking about itself as a receiving country and as the sort of government that's helping Central Americans, which is, new. It used to be that Central Americans knew that they were going to be treated poorly in Mexico. Now Mexico is the guardian of the rights of Salvadorans and Hondurans. Who would have thunk? Like, that's crazy. So this idea is, so I think there's a lot to talk about when we think about Mexico now and its relationship with the United States and what policies like Texas are doing. It's just, because I think Mexico's role is fundamentally different and we need to think about that. I'm a historian of immigration. Before I was at Refugees International, I taught immigration law, the history of U.S. immigration law, and the history of asylum specifically. I actually don't think we will ever be able to pay enough immigration judges or asylum officers to deal with asylum. I think it could definitely help. But I know that asylum was not designed to deal with these numbers. The United States in 1980, when they passed the Refugee Act that still controls our definition of who a refugee is and mandated the creation of an asylum system and procedures for asylum, they were not thinking about the U.S. Mexico border, period. They were thinking about people coming through airports and seaports. They did not think of the Mexico border as a locus of asylum seeking. It was mostly Mexicans coming over who were not seeking asylum, and we just did not think of asylum in these numbers. So yes, we could potentially scale up the entire system to try to deal with it, but I actually fundamentally think we need to have a discussion about who we think is worthy of refugee status today. Maybe it's not the same as like 1950 when the definition the UN created that, and 1980 when we adopted into our law. Like, since the end of the Cold War, we have not had a good idea of who's worthy of refugee status, because our system was created to privilege certain nationalities, to privilege people who are fleeing communism, period. We were not thinking of these numbers. We were not thinking of a world without communism. We were not thinking of, it was different. And so I do think we need to have a fundamental conversation about who's worthy of protection, which nobody wants to do because they're worried it's going to be less than today. They're worried they're going to narrow the definition rather than widen it. So I get why people are reluctant to talk about this, but we need to have that conversation. Who is worthy of asylum? And how do we deal with as many people who are globally displaced today? Because actually just pretending that an old definition and an old system that was never meant to deal with the people who are coming today and the numbers of people who are coming today, we could just like ramp it up, I just don't believe it. And we certainly can't deport people who fail. So let's say we invested in all the immigration judges we could. For a Venezuelan, I am not convinced that if you gave him or her a hearing in 6 months, it would make any difference whether they won or lost, because we cannot deport all the Venezuelans who may lose. So, period. Like, end of story. So I think it's more complicated than just ramping up the system that exists.
I mean, I would just say yes to both.
Well, I mean, so sorry.
This is,
I feel so.
This is the, as it relates back to the question about Operation Lone Star. I mean, look, I'm intimately involved in those debates, and I fight tooth and nail against what I perceive to be just misguided policy priorities. Look, Mexico is our largest trading partner. We share a 1,200-mile border with them. And I'm just talking about Texas, let alone the foreign policy. I want to stick my talking points to Texas. I travel to the U.S. Mexico border all the time. I just used a pedestrian bridge last week in Progreso in Hidalgo County. Just the interaction, the family ties, the language ties. It's just like a whole other world down there. And it's 300 miles away, right? 309, 310 miles away. But it's really interesting to see just this visceral rhetoric coming from elected officials. At the same time, they'll go meet with Mexican business owners. They'll go meet with Mexican governors and to try to forge better relationships, business relationships, right? The energy sector in Mexico is trying to open up. There've been some protectionists under the PRI, and then now with Morena, with AMLO, he bullies, he uses this bully pulpit, has these daily press conferences. I watch this and I observe it, and it's fascinating to see just the bombastic rhetoric that he uses. At the same time, he'll go meet with Secretary Mayorkas, right, to cut a deal about how are we going to treat these migrants coming from Central America. Mexico, you need to enforce your southern border so that they don't come all the way up. But as it relates to Texas, it's just fascinating to me, the rhetoric that is used, this real nativist, I'm gonna try to use my words carefully. This hateful rhetoric, because it hurts. It hurts people that have been here for years. It hurts people that have had we have a very complicated relationship with Texas and Mexico for obvious reasons. But there's 30 million people that live in Texas. A vast majority of those people, probably you're pushing close to 50% in the next coming years, will have a Spanish surname. 65 to 70% of the children in pre-K right now have a Spanish surname, right? So this otherism that I detest, I'm quoting Dr. Kleinberg, you could close the borders now and it wouldn't change the reality, the demographic reality that is happening here in Texas and in Houston. And we are a welcoming community. And so I hate to use hate, but that's the only one I could use now. I hate that we're having to go down this road because, look, again, going to Mexico is just a normal thing for us, for some of us, some of our families. We go down there to go shop. We go down there to go see Abuelita. Some of us go down there to go get dental work, right? It's just prescription drugs. I was in Progreso. There was a dentist shop at every corner, and a guy hawking, do you need your teeth cleaned or something? I mean, it's crazy. But then you get Ken Paxton, who's suing the Catholic Church in El Paso because they're providing some type of relief work for these migrants. It's just unfortunate, but you know, I'm glad to be there. I'm glad to be in the fight, and I will always, you know, try to use reasonable minds and not curse as much, Bishop, on the House floor. My mother fussed at me when that interaction happened on the House floor, because if there was a video that became viral on this bill, to what you're talking about over at ACLU, these are people's lives. I come from a mixed status family, and if you have a quinceañera that is happening of a young Hispanic girl going to Mass, having her family come from all over the country, sometimes from Mexico, to come to that Mass, and that family members are leaving that Mass to go to the reception hall to go have, you know, mariachis and dinner and the dance. You could, in essence, theoretically, under SB4, both versions, the human smuggling and the deportation bill, thank God SB4, the deportation bill right now, is not in law, but you could have an instance where me driving a family member who may or may not be documented gets stopped by law enforcement. I may or may not know my family member's immigration status, much less the police officer. I get stopped, and in that interaction, in that encounter, I could be, and the police officer doesn't believe me, and I'm gonna end with this. The police officer has all this awesome power to decide on SB4 in the fourth call special session, or in the third call special session, if I'm a human smuggler, because once he starts asking the other occupants of the bill, what your immigration status is, because we've given them that authority, well, then they get detained for SB4 in the fourth call special session, right? So I get detained, face a 10-year mandatory minimum. My family member has to be magistrated, go to the local county court, and the county court will decide if my family member can stay in this country or not. All because we were going to an everyday occurrence that happens in this state and in this city hundreds of thousands of times. That's wrong. And I think those of you, majority of you guys that I can tell, and this is an observation, that don't look like me physically, I think you should think that's wrong as well, because it's un-American, because what I have in here is the same as what you got in you.
Thank you, Representative. That's a horrifying scenario.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, David, last quick word.
I'm going to leave it there. we could talk about this forever, so if anyone wants to talk to me after, come up, but thank you for patience.
Good job.
Thank you. Let's thank all our panelists. All right, I know we're a little bit over time. Sorry. We will break now for a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for the second panel on prospects of immigration reform. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, welcome everyone. This is the start of our second panel, the possibilities of immigration reform after 2024. I'm Mark Jones. I'm the political science fellow here at the Baker Institute, and I'm joined on this panel by 4 outstanding panelists. Starting off, my colleague at the Baker Institute, Tony Payan, Jeremy Wallace from the Houston Chronicle, immigration attorney Elizabeth Mendoza, and Glenn Hammer, President and CEO of the Texas Association of Business. So we're going to start off today. I'm going to give each of them 5 minutes to provide their overall remarks on the topic, and then we'll dive into some questions, first from me, and then from the rest of you. And there are question cards on the table, and if you just hold them up, someone will come around, pick them up, and bring them to me. And hopefully we'll be able to get through as many as possible. We do have a hard stop at 12:30 because of lunch. We don't want to stand in the way of lunch, nor the caterers, nor the event staff. So we'll stop then. But right now, I'd like to turn the floor over to Tony Payan.
Well, thank you, Mark. Let me just go straight to the question. I think there are three major arguments if we're going to achieve immigration change in the country. I'm not even going to talk about reform anymore. I think reform is a difficult word in Congress. They don't really pay attention to that a whole lot. But I think there are three paths or three different strategies that I think we have to employ to work on immigration change. The first, I think, is we have to insist on the numbers. The economic numbers and the demographic numbers. We have to say it loud and clear from all perspectives that the numbers really matter. And they matter in two ways. The first is the demographic changes in the country. The last panel ended with that. And I can tell you that the face of the country has already changed. It's not just changing. I remember a cover of a Time magazine a while ago on the changing face of America, and there was a darker face of a young woman on the cover. That's already here, and Texas, I think, is a good example of that. There's a greater diversity, and what's keeping really the population in the country is immigrants. I'll give you a couple of quick numbers. The fertility rates in the country are clearly a sign of that. The European descendant population is declining very fast, is well under replacement levels, 1.7, 1.6 to 1.7 children per woman. You need 2.1 to maintain the population at a steady level. Number two, folks are retiring very quickly. The boomers are pretty much done almost in retirement. They're just about there, retiring very fast. Some months, years ago, 10,000 a day, and that generation is almost retired. And the African American population is holding steady, but no more than that. And Hispanics are still above 2.6, 2.7. It depends on the census tract, but it's still above replacement level, but dropping very fast. It's really immigrants that are keeping that I think population in the United States growing. Otherwise, we're going to face the situation that Italy or Austria or Spain or those countries are in today. So it really is about rebalancing the demographics with immigration. It doesn't mean that we have to take 100 million people from around the world, but it does mean that there is enough room in this country for a few million people that can settle and revitalize our communities. The economic argument is even more powerful. 25% of all new businesses in the United States are started by immigrants. When you think about the fact that 14% of the population in the country are immigrants, and they start 25% of the businesses, that tells you quite a bit about the contributions of immigrants to the vitality, the economic vitality of the country. They come in, they open businesses, they work very hard, they're very law-abiding, their crime rates are way below those of the native population, so they're very much law-abiding, and they pay their taxes. When we do not consider the economic contributions of immigrants, and let me say something about the immigrants, the 10.7, 12, 11, who knows how many undocumented residents who live among us. Let me give you a quick thing. When we don't consider their economic contributions and don't allow a path for legalization, even if it's not an LPR, some kind of DACA or TPS style ID and tax program, what we do is create market distortions in our economy. The construction industry, I think, is a good example. It relies heavily on migrants for the workforce. The industry relies heavily on undocumented workers, but companies cannot hire undocumented workers. So what has happened is that they are recruited by labor brokers who then create these shell companies, and they go to a company like Limbeck or Merrick, whichever, you pick a company, and they say, well, you don't have the workers to build a building like this. What do you need? We need 120, 150, 200 workers, and they said, I can provide them. And then they go to the neighborhoods and recruit 150 workers and say, we'll deliver them for 2 months or 3 months, 6 months, however long you need them. And then you pay me the millions of dollars in the wages that these workers are gonna require. And then these labor brokers pocket most of the money. They may pay them $7. They may collect 30, 40 bucks an hour per worker, but they pay them $7.50, $7.25, or sometimes there is a lot of wage theft, threats, intimidation, exploitation. And these workers, in turn, are not really employees of this shadow company. These workers are paid in cash, and they are supposed to get a, they're kind of subcontractors. They're supposed to file their own taxes, but they don't. They don't have a social security number, and they're certainly not gonna get a W-9 and file their own taxes, which means the government too is cheated out of billions of dollars. So we're distorting our own labor markets. The government is cheated of dollars. These workers are exploited, and sometimes their wages are stolen, and they live in the shadow. So we create our own injustices, and I think in the process we create economic issues that could be solved by some kind of path to resolution. Very quickly, I think the emotional component, politics is about emotions. And I think the last panel underscored a very important point, which is we need to be emotional about the whole thing. Yeah, we need to insist in the numbers and the stats, but we also need to have an emotional message. And I really enjoyed the conversation on doing away with the declensionist discourse, as someone said. In other words, we're not in decay. The country is actually doing fine, and I think people need to be told that the country is fine. The message is clear. It's about hope, and it's against fear. And I think we have to mobilize around positive messages. That's important. And the final point, I think, it's politics. We need to mobilize. Look, if we want to change the system, we have to look to California and Arizona, especially in Texas, which is quite a punitive approach. In California, Prop 187 back in the 90s brought about a huge political mobilization, and California turned. That was 30 years ago with Pete Wilson. And then Arizona, I recently read 2 books on Arizona, and Arizona is turning. A coalition of Latinos, Mormons, and indigenous communities and other groups in Arizona, and they're beginning to turn Arizona politics. They mobilized, especially around SB 1070, which passed about, 12 years ago or so. In Texas, we have SB 4, we got OLS, Operation Lone Star, and we're not mobilizing. The path is political. So to conclude, I think we have 3 arguments to make in seeking change in immigration. One is economic and demographic. The other one is emotional. We have to find the right message and fine-tune the words that we use. And the third is the politics. We have to mobilize politically and see if the politicians eventually will pay attention to us. And I think all 3 are part of a broader strategy for change. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Tony. Jeremy, I'll pass the baton to you. 5 minutes.
All right, great. Well, I want to attack this in three different ways. First, I want to talk about something that Aaron said in the first panel that I think I say a lot on the Texas Take podcast. That's my first plug. There'll be more coming. I often talk about how, look, we all want simple solutions to complex problems, right? It's like we want to build the wall. It's easier to kind of get through politically. And I think, particularly with immigration and border security, the problem with that is that the issue has consistently changed just in my lifetime, right? If you go back to the 1980s, what the immigration situation looked like in Texas, I'm just gonna look at Texas alone, was so different, right? Where the pressure points on the border are very different than they are today. When I was a kid, nobody was going through Eagle Pass. If you look at the enforcement numbers from Eagle Pass from back in that time period, you might have 20 to 30 people a year that would go through Eagle Pass. Now, you're getting as many as 5,000 a day at points this last year. Now, flip down to the Rio Grande Valley. It's like the RGV, that's where all the people were coming from, right? But those numbers have been going down. It's like, and who's coming across, as I said in the earlier panel, it's like this was a Mexican issue for a long time, right? Mexican, is coming over the border, coming for work or whatever other reasons, right? But now it's become such more of an international issue. Where it's like, the one thing, I did have a time to be able to sit down with Secretary Mayorkas, and we talked about the pressure point, particularly of Venezuela. It's like, that cannot be understated enough, I think, in this case. It's like, the people who, like the cartels who moved them through or on their own went through Eagle Pass, that's a very huge Venezuelan population that we never saw. Because remember, back in the 90s, Venezuela was kind of stable. It was the South American economy that was doing so well. And in fact, they were drawing people to them versus what we're having now, this global dispersion that estimates are 7 million people have left Venezuela, and guess where they're coming? Like, a lot of people are coming here. So I think the constant changing of the nature of what it means to be border security and immigration, that's always changing, which makes that politics difficult. Which leads into my second point, which is how Congress has handled this. I have the luxury of knowing Texorida. Texorida is Texas and Florida. I worked in Florida for a really long time, and a lot of people know me now as the Texas politics guy, but I was once the Florida politics guy, and I knew Marco Rubio and Mel Martinez and Jeb Bush on a very policy level, so I could kind of see how immigration reform affected the discussions that ultimately would happen in Congress. Because let's go back to a couple of the last closest shots we had at immigration reform in the United States Congress. Let's go back to 2007. 2007 was a big year for that. And one of the reasons was because of Mel Martinez in Florida. The thing that makes Florida so important to this immigration debate at that time period, and then later on, was how competitive it was, how much of a battleground it was. And so that set the stage politically for Republicans who are elected in Florida or Democrats, knowing that the margins are so close that you have to look for every vote you possibly can. So in Florida, with the growing Cuban population, the Puerto Rican population, the Hispanic population in general, Mel Martinez saw an opportunity with George W. Bush in office to kind of get in on this and work on this issue. There was a beneficial reason for it. I have the numbers down here. Mel Martinez won his seat in the U.S. Senate by 49% of the vote. He didn't get 50%. On his Marco Rubio, when he ran to replace him, 49% of the vote. Rick Scott, when he won as governor of the state of Florida, 49% of the vote. I think you're getting the picture here. It's so close that you have to be willing to negotiate on some issues that might bring you some more votes. And Mel Martinez got involved in that early in 2007. Obviously, it eventually fell apart. It was a very heavy-handed immigration reform. It was very Republican in its perspective. It was more on deporting people, and it just did not catch steam in the House. Flash forward to 2013, now we have Marco Rubio is in this position. Again, he's won by 49%. He's, there were magazine covers with him as the savior of the Republican Party. He had a lot of political capital. And again, look at the other similarity. You have Marco Rubio was one of two Hispanics in the United States Senate at the time. He and Menendez out in New Jersey were the only two. And so it gave him a chance to be able to talk about this issue, I think, in a way that was more personal for him. Again, from a very Cuban perspective, which is very different. If you speak to people from different countries, obviously you're going to get different viewpoints on what immigration means. But in Marco Rubio's case, he invested heavily in this. And the problem going forward is, I think he really kind of illustrates the trouble that happened with immigration reform. Some of this is from him in my interviews with him, and I don't claim that all of it's 100% accurate because it's his viewpoint only. But one of the things that he told me that he learned early on, like at the very start of, before we even got into the 2013 cycle, he was working on legislation on Dreamers to give them a pathway to citizenship, to do something with them, to make sure they were taken care of. Well, when he ended up meeting up with Luis Gutierrez, who is the Chicago Democrat, who is no longer in Congress, but he was a leader on the Senate, on the House side, and Gutierrez said, I couldn't believe Marco was in my office. It's like he came to me. He is the star, savior, rising star of the Republican Party. He's coming to me saying he wanted to get it done. So Gutierrez tells me, I'm thinking, okay, this is real. It's like this guy is really going to use some of this newfound political capital on this. And he did. Marco Rubio started using this capital on it. And Luis Gutierrez, I'm not saying he did anything wrong, but he kept in communications with the Obama White House at the time. And when they saw that Rubio, again, this is from Rubio said when they saw that he and Gutierrez were getting close to a resolution on Dreamers that would be really beneficial in Florida, because remember, it wasn't just Rubio who was winning by 49% of the vote. The state was a battleground state too. And his criticism was that's when the Obama administration undercut them and did the executive orders to try to provide a pathway for Dreamers, or at least protections for them. And so Rubio gets undercut completely. He's getting blasted by the Dreamer community for not following through and then complaining about it. So he's getting eaten up on the left side of the equation. But on the right side, as he worked into the bigger immigration reform package in 2013, he became the face of that for a lot of Republican conservative radio in that atmosphere. I spent a lot of time in that region. I listened to, I was in New York in the 2000s when Sean Hannity's show was really starting to get going. And what you hear on those shows really tells us a lot about immigration reform, quite honestly. And I don't think enough people understand that message and how many people are consuming it, outside, throughout the entire nation. But one of the things I think really started to happen for Rubio is he was getting pounded for willing to negotiate with Democrats to get this done on the right. The right was killing him for things that were completely false a lot of times. I'll name names. Laura Ingraham, started going after him because the Comprehensive Immigration Reform Bill in 2013 had cell phones, for immigrants, she was claiming. That they were going to get cell phones when they came over and get their amnesty. It was completely false. It was like there was a cell phone program in there for ranchers who would see people coming across on their land in some of the rural parts of Texas or Arizona, where they could report it back. That's what it was. But it didn't matter. That message got spread out so quickly, and it just completely started helping undercut. It wasn't just Laura Ingraham. It was the Sean Hannity show. It was Rush Limbaugh. It was like all these little pockets of conservative media were really kind of grabbing hold of this thing and advanced it forward. And so Rubio got burnt on both the right and on the left. And he ended up kind of losing the one thing he was bringing to the equation, which was he had all this capital from all the goodwill from having won his election, totally got wiped out right there. And he got burned so much. He actually, when the comprehensive reform package passed the Senate, he actually, he voted for it, but he said he didn't think the House should pick it up. And the House did not pick it up. And that's where it died. And finally, in this last, immigration reform thing, you saw happen again, where the Senate starts these discussions, right? You need moderate Republicans and Democrats, and particularly Republicans from swing statey type areas, to be able to kind of get involved in these things early on. Think, people from Colorado, people from Florida, these battleground states When they're involved in it, they can get things through the Senate, but then the question is, what do you do on the House end? What needs to happen for the House to be ready to take up a package? And I'll get into that more as we move on.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth?
Well, to focus on today's theme, I think that one has to ask, what exactly does reform mean? So if we're talking about what are the prospects of immigration reform after this November's election, well, I think that question depends on who we're talking to. So if we're talking to Kristi Noem's base in South Dakota, what immigration reform means is very different from what maybe some of us in the panel think immigration reform means. I've been in practice now 31 years as an immigration attorney. A lot of my casework is in immigration court, representing people who are facing a possible order of removal. And I can tell you that there is a big disconnect that people in my world, people who we are doing casework, we are hands-on representing immigrants. There seems to be a disconnect between what is said right now with the current administration and what is being done, which differs from the prior administration. With the prior administration, the Mr. Trump's administration, there wasn't a lot of sunlight between what Mr. Trump said and what his administration did. He said it's no, and his administration was very effective at implementing no. And with the administration that we have now, there seems to be a very hard disconnect between what was said on the campaign and what is said in policy papers and what is being done on the ground, which is disappointing. So I'll give you an example. I have a colleague who is an immigration attorney in Colorado. Colorado received a huge influx of Venezuelans. The political situation in Colorado permitted that the state partner with a nonprofit to work with the Venezuelan community to help them apply for a program called TPS, Temporary Protected Status. It's a program that has been around since the early 90s. And it helps people from different countries fleeing civil wars or natural disasters. And we have a TPS program for Venezuela because of the political situation in the country. And so in the state of Colorado, they saw this huge influx of Venezuelans in their community, and the state partnered with the nonprofit that turned around and partnered with people like me, and all these stakeholders came together to try and work with this community to try and get them access to resources. The politics in that state permitted that. Yeah, we're not going to see anything like that here in Texas. It is the complete and exact opposite. So in Texas, we have Annunciation House being sued in El Paso. We have over $1 billion being spent on payroll for Texas National Guard to go down to the border and police the border and install more infrastructure on the border, and that is not suppressing the influx of immigrants. So I think that the dysfunction of our immigration system and the lack of reform is a very valuable political tool. I think there are people that have a vested interest in that problem not being resolved. I think there are different stakeholders that make a lot of money off of that problem not being solved. And I think if you have governors from Iowa and governors in South Dakota caring a lot about the border, you kind of have to scratch your head and ask, is that really the most important issue for your community? 6 states away from the border, you can make a lot of money off of it, and you can get a lot of publicity about it, and you can get a lot of photo ops off of it. But it doesn't move the needle as far as reform. So you can talk to some communities who would say that reform is close the border, nobody should get in, lower refugee admission numbers, just lower immigration overall. That is reform. Because the borders are open and the country's being invaded, the country's being infested, and you need to do something about that. That is reform. Then you talk to another group that would say, well, to protect the economic interests of this country, to protect the national security of this country, to honor our commitment to democracy and human rights, we need to look at how we can pass more just, fair, and effective immigration laws so that all of these different facets of our country, the economic, the agriculture, hospitality, construction, this entire economic sector, people who are coming here fleeing civil wars, civil rights, human rights violations, all of these different things that we're supposed to care about. How does our immigration system reflexively address that? And I can tell you, and again, doing this now for literally decades, the level of dysfunction is something that I haven't seen until recently. It is just, it almost seems to be by design, because at some point when the agencies that are charged with enforcing and implementing our laws consistently don't work well, you have to kind of scratch your head and wonder, is this deliberate? Circling back to today's theme, what is the likelihood of immigration reform? It depends on who wins. So if you're a D, okay, so if President Biden is reelected, but he has divided government, nothing's gonna pass that somebody like me would consider reform. If he's reelected and his party controls both houses, then we're talking about something completely different, right? If Mr. Trump is elected, then no. What people like me would consider reform absolutely will not get passed. But his base might be very pleased with his reintroduction of a lot of his policies from his administration. So it's, as Tony mentioned, and I'm sure most of you can understand, it is a hyper political subject, and that politics gets in the way of passing effective immigration laws that benefit all of us. So at this point, I'm very, very skeptical, hyper skeptical, but I hope I'll be proven wrong.
Well, thank you. I guess we can be thankful that the South Dakota National Guard doesn't have a K-9 unit. Ouch. Glenn, turn it over to you.
Thank you. And I want to first thank Tony Payan and the Baker Institute for the opportunity to be here. When I think of a problem of the magnitude of immigration, we're in the right place. There's also a lot of pressure on me because my 15-year-old daughter wants to come to Rice when she graduates from high school.
It's a good place to go.
What a gorgeous campus. And we did bring the Chamber of Commerce weather, so I want to take a little bit of credit for that. I want to thank Chelsea Kramer, who does work for a number of the different entities. Jeremy, appreciated your comments. Chelsea runs our regional units. She also has put together an awesome coalition in the state of Texas. It's called Texans for Economic Growth, which now has over 160 groups across the state of Texas, chambers and other types of business and civic organizations that are committed to sensible federal immigration reform. And no disrespect to anyone else in this room, I actually think she's the best advocate for sensible immigration reform in the United States. And I worked in Arizona, I worked on Capitol Hill. She has the gift of bringing people with different backgrounds and viewpoints together. And that's what we need in our system. because no matter what happens in the election, I can tell you who will be the next Mexican president, but I can't tell you who will be the next president in the U.S. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the U.S. House, and I can't tell you what's going to happen in the U.S. Senate. But what I can tell you, it's going to be on razor's edge. And what I could also say when you talk about the elections, whatever goes forward this year, there is also a lame duck, and you never know. Or next year, it's going to require a strong bipartisan coalition. And that's where the business community really comes in. We're looking for solutions. I believe the last panel, I was asked, what's your bumper sticker? What's your slogan? And that's tough to come up with. If you had to say one word for the business community, it's workforce. We need more workers. We simply have many more job openings than people to fill them. And that goes doubly for Texas, because here we are in arguably the world's strongest economy. It's certainly the strongest economy in the United States. We added more jobs than any other state. We're a diversified economy. You take a look at the Houston area, it's a great example of that. And we just need more workers. And we heard about the demographic challenges with in terms of the amount of children and babies being born. So unless we pipe in a lot of Barry White music, we're going to need to figure out a place to get workers. And to me, immigration is one of the great comparative advantages of the United States. We have 8 billion people in the world, and it seems just about everyone, if given a chance, wants to come here and to contribute to our society economically and civically. And Tony, you mentioned, on the emotional side of this, that's very real. I'm married. I'm a third-generation Jewish guy from New York. My grandmother, at a time when most women did not work, worked for a group called they've sort of changed their branding these days, given change in circumstances. But my grandmother, Molly Schwartz, worked for the Hebrew Immigration Assistance. Is it HIAS? Thank you. And so maybe it's a little bit in my blood, but my wife immigrated legally from Israel. She took the naturalization exam. She went to Berkeley. And the reason why I say this is, on the emotional side, the amount that people who've gone through the citizenship process have in this country, it's inspiring. My in-laws, who now live in LA, and I was just there over the weekend, during 4th of July, you can't find an American flag in Los Angeles because they bought out the stores. They love the United States of America. And my 86-year-old immigrant father-in-law is one of the hardest working people that I know. He's an inspiration to me. He's a small level developer in the Los Angeles area. So just a few quick stats here. And I want to thank Jeremy and company for putting out this report, because facts matter in this, and they still matter on policy making at all levels. And the fact is, in the most diverse city in America, at least most diverse big city in America, in Houston, our immigrants make up about 25%. They told me there would be no math, so I'm getting a little bit off key here, but about 25% of our GDP, about at least that amount as a share of the population, and certainly punch above their weight in terms of workforce. And a couple of closing points. When you think about nearshoring, when you think about issues that do bring the Republicans and the Democrats together, both do agree that it's a better thing for goods to be produced in North America, the United States, Canada, and Mexico, than in China. We can't get to where we need to be economically if we don't have a strong Mexico and Canada. It's impossible. So we have a vested interest to make sure that we're working closely with our friends to the south. And to that end, the Chamber, we've signed 7 MOUs with leading Mexican business groups, and we're working hard to make the case that immigration is good for the economy of America, it's good for our national security, and we're going to do everything possible, particularly on the federal level, to at some point get to a good resolution.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you all for the four of you. Those are great opening comments and gave us a lot to think about. In my limited time, I'm going to try to hit on just a few of them, sort of to go a little deeper. So I guess one thing that I think, Jeremy, you mentioned this, that we had the 2007, that was the last, I think, real attempt at reform that came actually somewhat close. That is, at least it was possible to see a light at the end of the tunnel. It ended up being scuttled by a combination of conservative Republicans and liberal Democrats and Harry Reid, or at least if we're to believe what Teddy Kennedy says, who was one of the big proponents of it. And Kennedy, I think at the time, said we're going to have to wait probably 45 more years to have comprehensive reform. So hopefully we're not waiting until 2052. So prior to that, we'd have to go back to 86 for the Reagan reforms, but since probably the option of sending James Baker back to DC to make it work again is not a realistic option today, we're forced to deal with the reality that we're set with. And that reality, I think, Elizabeth sort of, alluded to this, isn't particularly optimistic in the sense that whoever is president, whether it's Trump or Biden, they're going to have a Senate that's going to have, maybe a 1-seat Democratic majority to a 2 to 3 seat Republican majority, and a House where the majority is probably going to be in the high single digits, at best at the low teens, and within a context that is certainly different from the 80s when Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan would get together for drinks on Friday, and is even different from 2007 when there was still Republican Democratic cross-party consensus, and you still had moderate Republicans and moderate Democrats in Congress. Today, it's not that case. So given that scenario, how do we get any type of reform, or if we're not going to use the term reform, something passed to address this issue?
Let me, I think absolutely the environment in Washington, D.C. is quite toxic. I mean, these people don't even talk to each other. I recently was in a hearing with a Texas member of Congress, and when he found out that Hillary Clinton had been a guest at the Baker Institute last January, he goes like, "Oh, I don't even know if I should go there." So he, for him to say that, to me, it tells me that he's not willing to even look at the Democrats and talk to them. I think there is something going on in Texas that I really think we lack. We lack courage. I see Glenn's message. I think Texas benefits enormously from the migrant community. I mean, we see it in Houston. We see it all over Texas. We know that we need the labor. I don't know the numbers in Texas, but in the United States, there's anywhere between 4 and 11 million vacancies that could be filled out tomorrow. So we know the contributions of immigrants. They're acknowledged, they're recognized. We know that we have a strong relationship with Mexico. Texas is the origin, the destination, and the transit of about 2/3 of trade between the two countries. It is, and we're talking about $800 billion. It's not a small per year. 2/3 of it are in Texas. There is an acknowledgement of the benefits of a solid economic relationship and the contributions of immigrants, but our politicians keep playing this double game, and we can't defeat somebody like Cruz. Somebody who's done nothing for Texas, who's no good for Texas, who has nothing to offer, and he gets elected and reelected and on and on. And I think the community has to be courageous and at some point say, that's not good for Texas. The politics that you, Governor Abbott, Senator Cruz, and you guys are advocating, and the fact that you don't even talk to your fellow legislative delegation members, it's really cowardly. I mean, we need to make sure that that message is clear. And I think the business community, I talk to so many business people in Texas, and it's amazing to me how they say, we need the workers, we need open the immigration system we have, and yet they don't they don't create the right alliances to be able to run moderate Republicans. And we see it in Texas that now moderate Republicans are being knocked off the race, but very radical Republicans. So they're fighting among themselves to see who's running the hardest to the right. And I think this is on the. I don't say it's on the churches. I think the churches are part of the coalition. I think the business community has to get there. I think the Latino organizations and the minority organizations, they have to get there. And for some reason, when push comes to shove, and it's time to really build a coalition and say, some of these folks are not good for Texas. They're not good for the economy of Texas. They all of a sudden just kind of hide behind the curtains and say, well, we're just going to wait and see what happens in the future. It's not going to happen if they don't build a coalition and then stand their ground and say, no, this is not going to go.
Okay. Well, we'll loop back to it. So when you're talking about the policies, so let's say Governor Abbott's policy of spending about $3.5 billion in Texas tax dollars annually on the border. One of the conundrums, if you're opposed to that, is that it's overwhelmingly popular among Texans. Between 3/5 and 2/3 of likely voters support it. That includes over 2/3 of Republicans, even a third of Democrats, absolute majority of Hispanics. So one of the difficulties is, how do you convince Republicans, say Senator Cruz or Lieutenant Governor Patrick or Governor Abbott, to change their immigration position when that immigration position is so successful for them electorally, in the sense that it mobilizes their base like no other issue. It's an issue that's popular with November voters, so it's a winning issue in November, and it splits the Democratic Party down the middle between those who believe that Biden administration, I think Elizabeth alluded to this, where you have some on one side who don't want to do, who essentially believe that Biden is doing too much, and some who believe he's not doing enough. How do we move away from that? Jeremy?
Well, I think you just nailed it right there. So, Texas, despite all of our changes politically, and I'll get into that in a minute, but despite all of our changes, we're still a primary state. I think you and I have talked about this in the past in interviews. The Republican primary is still the king in deciding who's going to represent us on every level on the statewide, at least, and certainly in the legislative, body right now. And so that puts all the incentive on appealing to the most conservative bases like you're talking about. So Ted Cruz is going to continually to win his primary, and secondary for him will always be the general election. It almost cost him his seat this last time because of the changes that are happening in Texas. And that, I think, is where the people who can see that in the Republican Party, that can see that change coming, realizes this issue is going to have to change in Texas too. And, again, using my Texorida legalese here, Texas is moving closer to where Florida was when I was reporting there on immigration issues. And what I mean is that the numbers, obviously our demographics are changing, as, Representative Wally was, pointing out. Our electorate and our population are changing every single day, and it's just going to keep going that way. It's not going the other way anymore. We know where it's headed. But secondarily, look at what's happened in the politics of this state. It's really easy to think, oh, Texas is a red state. It's like I keep saying, it's a red state with a blue spine through it, and it's turning us purple. The last presidential elections, we went from a plus 16 for Mitt Romney to carry the state of Texas. It fell to 9% for Trump on his first run. This last time, the margin was 6%. You can see the numbers are getting closer, and the same thing is happening even on the governor's race. The governor's races are getting closer too, not by the same extreme, but we can see that this state is moving in a different direction. And so that leads us to, so the politics is going to set up eventually. I'm just not sure where it's going to be, where there's going to be pressure where you better do something to win those independent voters in the Valley or in Houston or in Fort Bend County. You're going to have to worry about those people at some point. And sometimes the election cycle feels like it's going really fast, and I think we almost could get there. It won't happen in this cycle, I'm pretty sure of, but the looming future of it is in the heads of people like John Cornyn, our U.S. Senator, It's in the heads of the members of Congress who represent places like Hayes County and Williamson County that have become so purple that and so quickly that people are like, wait a minute, didn't George Bush just win this thing? And now Beto O'Rourke are winning these places by 10, 15 points? How do we kind of navigate all this? So I think the moral is our politics is changing in Texas. And if that does happen, we're going to be the Marco Rubio, Mel Martinez of the future who leads that immigration fight. That's going to be what has to happen for it to even get there. You need a big, swing state to have that political pressure on its statewide leaders to force that change. We're not there yet, but again, Florida, they got close to it, but it clearly wasn't enough to kind of get us over that line. Does Texas become it? That's what I'm kind of looking for in these next couple of years.
And so in the numbers, when we look at sort of where support is, one of the advantages Republicans have, at least for now, is that immigration still is a winning issue among November voters. Yeah. And so that's where it has this great advantage in that it helps them with the base, just like, say, abortion and gun rights do, but it doesn't hurt them with the November election like abortion and gun rights do.
Yeah, it's kind of what we were just talking about. You were mentioning about how this is such a valuable issue that some people don't want it to go off the table. They don't want it to be solved and resolved. You saw that with President Trump in this last run, when they were trying to do this immigration reform package. He doesn't want something to go through because it's seen as maybe hurting his message to the populace, right?
I live in Fort Bend County, gerrymandered district, which is part of the problem, right? So to address your question, how can the appeal of this issue to certain bases, how can it be overcome so that we can actually have some immigration reform? I think it's going to be votes versus money. So if we can get people registered to vote and motivate them to vote, and then you see our elected representatives saying, well, I'm making money off of saying this, but I'm not getting the votes because the votes are going this way, but the money's going this way, that might overcome, maybe. So I live in a gerrymandered district, and my representative is Troy Nails, who publicly, anybody can Google it, very publicly stated, why he wouldn't support certain legislation because it would be a win for Biden. And there was no way he was going to vote for something that, many people considered objectively a good thing because it would help his opponent. So that is the culture that we're in right now in DC. So for immigration reform, depending on what you think reform is, to prevail, you have to see moderate Republicans seeing, okay, I'm making money off of this rhetoric, but I'm not getting the votes. And maybe that will help overcome the deadlock.
Yeah, probably not in Texas, though, at least until 2032, because of our 38 House districts, 36 of them arguably are safe for one party or the other, and 2 are perhaps in play, which doesn't lead to have many people who are too concerned about November. Okay, so I want to move on to just one other question. So, one of the things you talked about, Elizabeth, was the asylum system. And so, and that's, I think, one of the real problems we face is that our asylum system's broken. It wasn't designed to handle 2 million people requesting asylum on an annual basis. But the only way to resolve that is through legislation in Congress, which we don't have. So how do we, I guess, if you could adopt a plan for asylum, what would it be to essentially simultaneously reduce the large numbers and the large number of individuals who don't have legitimate asylum claims but know that that's the easiest thing to request for, and then you can play the system out, but at the same time allow those people who have legitimate asylum claims to have their case heard and adjudicated in a timely manner and in a fair way. And one of the issues that I think the Biden administration faces now is, which isn't as much a concern for the Trump administration, but for the Biden administration, the conundrum is, how do you respect these people's right to request asylum, but at the same time not open the door to 2 million people who do not have legitimate asylum claims, at least under asylum law. We could say we have sympathy for their plight, but under asylum law, someone coming from El Salvador today, very few people have legitimate asylum claims unless it's a domestic abuse or, in the irony, unless they're gang members, then they might have an asylum claim. So what would you do?
I think, well, if I had a magic wand,
Yeah.
right, there would be enough resources invested in the infrastructure that's needed to receive asylum applicants, process their claims in a timely and fair manner. And so we would need the money, just black and white issue. You need the money, you need the funding, and it's not there. The system is completely, absolutely at the point of collapse. It is just buried. I was at a stakeholder meeting recently with our local asylum office, and the local asylum office leaders told us that there are tens of thousands of asylum applicants here in Houston who have been waiting around 10 years for an asylum interview. How is that effective implementation of our asylum laws? It's not. So we need money, we need the resources, hard to get, but if you don't have some kind of pressure release valve in our immigration system and in our immigration laws, you will continue to see a segment of people coming to the United States and using our asylum laws as a way to enter the country, and that's not what our asylum laws are meant for. So we have to take a look at, as I think somebody in the prior panel mentioned, okay, who should be eligible for asylum? What should our asylum laws encompass? How difficult, how fair, how easy should it be to receive asylum in this country? And that's a whole other conversation. I know that in recent years, people have been talking about expanding it to cover climate refugees. You know, if you have a drought in Guatemala and you have this huge sector of the Guatemalan community that, you know, they're close to, you know, famine conditions because of a drought, okay, can they apply for asylum in the United States? Can we expand the definition of persecution to cover, you know, climate refugees? So there's a lot of room to consider how expansive should these laws be to address this never-ending flow of people coming to the United States for all of these different reasons. Some of them because they're victims of persecution, and some not.
I want to add something to that. That also creates a lot of resentment. If you know, in the construction companies that I've been in touch with lately, you see the Venezuelans, for example, who cannot be deported because Venezuela will not take them back. And so you got 500,000 Venezuelans entering the country, and then they get some notice to appear. They can apply for a work permit and get it within, 4 to 6 months or so, and then they get to work. And then you got 12 million people have been here for 10, 15, 20, 30 years waiting to see if they get their chance at some sort of permanent status. And then they see these Venezuelans all of a sudden in 4 months, they're ready to work, they get a work permit, and they begin to say, what about us who've been paying taxes and contributing to this society for 30 years? And so it has a ripple effect of resentment and anger that it just, I don't know what the political effects of that particular group might be because they obviously can't vote, but it certainly may have an effect on those around them who can vote.
And if you work in one of our industries, construction, hospitality, restaurants, and they've been dealing for decades with this dysfunctional immigration system, like Glenn mentioned earlier about, you know, the needs aren't being met by our immigration system, and then you see something like Tony just discussed, it's very frustrating.
Wait, so focusing then on this issue of work, and this will be for you, Glenn. If we go back to 2007, one of the reasons that reform failed was Democratic opposition to temporary work visas, and this idea that they would create an underclass and that they were essentially a pejorative term, adversely affect the interest of unions, wages, and such. But that would seem to be at least one of the routes out of this conundrum. What would you suggest or propose in terms of specifics for temporary work visas, and how do you think that might be received both by Democrats as well as Republicans today in Congress?
Well, I do believe that both parties recognize that we need more workers. I mean, when I go across the state of Texas, the number one issue is workforce. It doesn't matter how conservative or liberal or middle of the road the room is. Both parties get it. And there was a Monmouth poll that was released a month or so ago that was pretty darn interesting. Because what was interesting about this is a majority supported a wall, majority supported remain in Mexico. 8 in 10 felt this was a very serious issue. However, a 62% say Americans need these immigrants to fill jobs. So what I would say to my friends on Capitol Hill is that it's very clear that in really all sectors, but certain sectors, construction, hospitality, we desperately need more migrant workers, and that voters of both parties understand that. I also think that when we connect at TAB trade and immigration, you look at the USMCA, which every member of the Texas delegation voted for. It's the trade agreement that had the greatest amount of congressional support than any agreement in our history, except the first free trade agreement with Israel, is that there's a TN visa piece of that the USMCA continued. I think that's 60 or so. I'm not an immigration lawyer. I don't even play one on TV. But I believe that has about 60 categories where workers from Mexico and Canada can come legally into the United States for 3 years, including engineers, architects, other groups. Maybe we try to refresh that. Maybe we expand that out to some other countries. Do you think childcare, elder care, all of these STEM areas? I mean, we need a lot of workers. We're in the energy capital of the world right here in Houston. We're in space capital of the country, all due respect to Florida. We need these STEM workers, and we have a great university here in Rice. There's great universities in Mexico, like Tec de Monterrey, for example. Let's work on these areas where both parties agree we need more workers, and find whether it's through expansion of the TN NAFTA visas or some other mechanisms to increase the legal flow. But I'm going to say this, people want to, there's politics played on this all over. Of course there is, on both sides. But there are also, good people. And I give Senator Sinema, Senator Langford, Senator Murphy a lot of credit for giving it a shot. But I'm going to also say, if I were in the United States Senate, I would have voted against that bill. And why would have I voted against that bill? For one reason. The first population that should be legalized out of any population, in my humble opinion, are the people who are part of DACA. You want to talk about vetting, it's extreme vetting. And we probably have DACA recipients in this room, or certainly all over our economy. And I believe it's very important that any immigration package that passes the United States Congress doesn't forget about these great individuals that helped and continue to help keep the Texas economy going.
I want to add something. Look, I think we all acknowledge that the numbers are there for politicians to listen. I always tell, look, if you have any doubts about the place of immigrants in the U.S. economy, think about these numbers. There's roughly 14 to 15 million naturalized U.S. citizens. Those were people born in a different country that now live and work in the United States and are U.S. citizens. And then you got another 13 million LPRs, long permanent residents, with a green card. That begins to add up to 25, 26 million people. And then you add 10.7 or 11 million undocumented workers, almost all of whom are working. That is 30 plus, 35 million folks. And then add all the visas, the TN visas, the H-1B visas, the agricultural visa, which is presumably capped, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but presumably capped, and yet we keep lifting the cap because agricultural workers are needed, and now we have over 300,000 of them, and then all the other H-2B and all the other visas that exist. We rely on an enormous amount of laborers and workers in this country. A huge portion of the 165 million workers in this country are immigrants, whether U.S. citizens now or LPRs or undocumented or visa holders. That's a huge, the country would not be what it is. The problem that I see here is that there's a disconnect. Our politicians are playing politics, and I want to reinforce something that Elizabeth said that I think is really important. Our politicians today are not in the business of problem solving. They're in the business of problem maintenance. They benefit. Otherwise, the Republicans would not have defeated their own bill that they negotiated with the Biden administration, where the Biden administration got absolutely nothing, not even the DACA were in that bill. So the Biden administration was willing to put everything on the table, give them everything, and then they turn around and upon instructions by Trump, they defeated their own bill. The bill that gave them just about everything. Why? Because then they didn't have anything to talk about in the fall. And that is, to me, that is absolutely cynical of our political class.
One question brings to you, Jeremy. Both Elizabeth and Glenn brought up sort of proposed policies, one related to work visas, one related to the asylum system. How likely are they to be, how would they be received in Congress by Democrats and Republicans alike? And what are the consequences? Glenn mentioned Senator Sinema, who was effectively driven out of the Democratic Party, just as many Republicans have been driven out of the Republican Party with that continued hollowing center. And we may lose Henry Cuellar soon, although that's due to your endowed chair.
Well, I think Glenn hit on the underpinning of what brought that 2013 immigration reform package close in the Senate, at least, right? Which was, this dire need to kind of fix the current visa program now that is just not working for any employment sector, as far as I can tell. It's like there's not enough tech workers. The way we disperse those visas was all, was crazy, right? And so, but they actually put a lot into that 2013 package. And so here's the problem, right? They loaded that up with a lot of reforms that they thought would bring on Republicans who would then, hey, we're doing this for the business community, which goes to that earlier question, but what's the bumper sticker for Democrats on this issue? It somewhat revolves around the word jobs, like you were talking about. Immigration reform has to equal jobs. That wins elections anywhere you go. I don't care what swing state or what, Republican or blue state or whatever it is. But what ends up, undercutting the message is the longer it's out there, the longer a package of reforms are out there, the more conversation it's going to create in this conservative ecosphere that exists out there that just keeps picking at this legislation. You saw that with this latest reform bill. When Langford and crew were getting that thing out, they had so much more momentum, in the early part of November and December. But by the time we started rolling into February, it was getting hammered on the Glenn Beck show or the Hannity shows or all the talk radio stuff out there. It really started adding up, and that added all this pressure into Langford. So Langford, what he brought to the table was he had a lot of political capital he could expend on it. It goes quickly. You got to move fast on the reform package. It can't be as comprehensive. That's what Marco Rubio's message to me was. We can't be as aggressive as being so comprehensive because it created so many enemies that they were fighting unions, they were fighting, the conservative radio networks. They just had too much. They needed to break off a smaller piece, but it can't be so small, like in the Langford bill, where you miss the Dreamers completely.
But I'm going to also say respectfully on the right, and you talk about bumper sticker, when you have that number hanging out, 4,000 or 5,000 illegal crossings, and I still to this day have not heard a great bumper sticker response to that, you're going to have a problem. And I also think process does matter, and as great or not great. And I think the two of the three senators I have great admiration for. The third I just really don't know well enough in terms of Senator Murphy. But the way that bill was put together without much congressional input or public input, it's not the world's best process either. And I think that's something that we talk about 2024 and the next congressional cycle. Let's do this in broad daylight. Let's go through the process. Jeremy, we were in Laredo, right, for the the Senator Cruz event with a number of Democratic public officials on literally building bridges with Mexico to increase the ease of the permitting process so that as nearshoring increases, we could have these bridges between Laredo, Brownsville, and I believe maybe Eagle Pass. Yeah. That measure had to go through the gauntlet in Congress. And I would just submit whatever goes through, let's put maximum business pressure on some of these efforts on visa or what have you that will actually solve issues. And we'll be there.
Yeah, and I think
it's tough to do when it's done between in closed doors.
And theoretically, at least, I think if this current immigration reform package that Langford and Murphy and the crew were able to get together, that could get reintroduced in the next session. Again, a lot of things have to happen. Like being a political realist here, if Joe Biden wins the White House and the Senate goes Republican, which is favored to do at this point, and John Cornyn is the Senate Majority Leader, you start having the tools in the Senate where something like the Langford bill or some extension of it could, come about. But then what's going to happen in the House? What I talked about in those previous cycles where the House killed these bills, it was always Republican leadership. Because of this gerrymandered world we live in right now, there's just no avenue for this bill to survive over a long period of time because they will be picked to death in Fort Bend County, if they even sound like they're going to support it. It's like, so you're going to need, I would say if the Democrats take control of the House, the Senate does go Republican with Cornyn, who knows the issue from a Texas perspective, and then you have a president who's willing to negotiate on it like Biden was just able to do. You're going to get some form of reform. Again, as you pointed out, what reform looks like in some cases, it's not going to be the comprehensive thing we were talking about in 2013, and certainly far distant from 2007. But it's going to be something that maybe provide some different tools to deal with border security, and hopefully somebody brings the dreamers back to the conversation.
And let's give some hope. I mean, what just happened in the U.S. House was a beautiful thing, where Speaker Johnson did the right thing, and then I give Minority Leader Jeffries great credit.
Yeah.
So, there is the ability to get important bipartisan bills through the U.S. Congress.
But you have to realize that the reason why Johnson survived is because the Democrats were willing to move over to the other side, not because the Republicans moved an inch. So that, to me, it's very complicated when you have a bill like the Agricultural Modernization Act that can't make it. Those are the easiest. The DACA and the Ag Modernization Act are the easiest bills to get an agreement, and yet they couldn't do it.
I've got it, and I said this when I was here a couple of months ago for another event, so Tony has heard me say this. I sound like a broken record, but just to pick up on what Tony just said, things that should be low-hanging fruit, easy fixes. I've spent the last 2 years working with the Afghan community here in Houston. The Afghan Adjustment Act. Why on earth can Congress not pass the Afghan Adjustment Act? These are people that we were in their country, they were interpreting for us, we were in special ops with them, they saved our soldiers' lives, we evacuated them, they're here with their families, and all they have are temporary this and temporary that. They have no pathway to residency. And the legislation has been pending for over a year, and it cannot get across the line. So even something like that, the toxicity around the politics of it, they haven't been vetted enough. Yes, they have. They've been vetted 1,000,000 times, and we can't even get that passed. So it's, Glenn is a little bit more hopeful than me.
Yeah, so and I think one of the conundrums I think we face is if we have a President Biden, then the incentives for Republicans to negotiate this go away because this issue remains one of their best issues. And so and for Cornyn, the difficulty is, because any moderation by Cornyn essentially is the kiss of death for his reelection in 2026. Exactly. He might as well say, I will be essentially a 2-year leader of the Senate, and then I'm going to retire, because there's no way you can broker compromise in the Senate on immigration and then come back to Texas and defeat Ken Paxton or whoever runs against you in the GOP primary in March of 2026.
But that would be so courageous of Cornyn to do anything like that and say, look, I'm going to run to the end zone. I'm going to pass this through, and then I'm going to retire. And so he doesn't have anything to lose, and he can potentially do it. But man, that will certainly require that he gain some perspective on his future in the Senate.
Yeah, and I think there has to be a realization that you need a politician to do something you don't hear many of them do, which is be willing to, maybe give up their political career to get it done. I was with Marco Rubio early on in his political career, so I kind of had a closer vantage point, and he basically gave up a big piece of his political future to get this done, and it didn't get done. So there's a particular, if you don't get to that line, I think you're going to see Langford's going to deal with the same thing. He's going to get pounded in his future primaries on this for the rest of his life, and he didn't even get to the finish line. It's one thing if you can get to the finish line and say, look, I took the slings on this thing, but it was good for the country, it was a good public policy, we needed to fix this visa system that makes zero sense to anybody in the economy right now. You need somebody to have that willingness. So it takes enough lame duck members, people who don't have to worry about running for re-election, so it's people close to their retirement. You saw the groupings in both those last two reform packages. Again, I'm talking about guys like Mel Martinez, out of Congress. Bennett, I think he's on his way out. Jeff Flake was one of them. He's out. It's you see there's a pattern where you need some old bulls from the U.S. Senate or from Congress to kind of help get this stuff through, but you need enough young people, in the process at least, to kind of get this thing moving and be willing to make this an issue.
We've had a great panel here. I'd like to finish up with 30 seconds each on what is the lowest hanging fruit. So trying to add a little of optimism for going into 2025. If there's one thing that could actually be passed to improve the situation, what would it be?
Well, I think I would advocate for the DACA recipients. I think that's the easiest. I think the Afghan bill, I think I would bundle that, the DACA, and perhaps a way for the TPS, but sure, the first two are easy, and I think that maybe the agricultural bill. I would just segment that and say these are easy. Can you get them through, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what easy would be. I think because as much as the DACA, it seems like the easy path to go, but it's going to continually get caught up in this. Well, if we give you DACA, you got to give us something back. And what is that something back, and who thinks it's something back? There was one point, one of the reasons that it didn't get into this last immigration reform package is that a lot of Democrats were like, we're not trading on them. Everybody agrees the DACA recipients should get some protection. That shouldn't be part of our deal. We shouldn't give you that so we get harsher restrictions at the border. That's not the way this works. And so the negotiation has to be some sort of balance line. So I've always thought the tech worker visa program was ripe for the most potential discussion, and within that you could do maybe something with the DACA and Dreamers and do something to kind of work that through the system. That I think is the most likely, given where this U.S. economy is right now and how many people now are talking about the CHIPS Act and the semiconductors. You can imagine catching the Biden administration and a bipartisan coalition that could figure out, okay, maybe we need to make sure we have a better supply of workers because we're not producing as a nation enough engineers, not Rice, y'all doing fine, but we need to produce more engineers to be able to do these tech jobs, and we don't have them. And at some point, the political world is going to understand we don't make enough children to fill all the jobs that we need to fill going forward. And when that reality really starts to hit people in swing states and they have to start voting that way, that's when we're going to get that change.
Yeah, and we don't produce that many engineers. You have to go down to College Station.
Exactly, up the road a little bit.
We're small. Elizabeth?
Well, I would like to thank the Baker Institute for inviting me to participate. I thank you very much. I don't think any of it is easy. I think a standalone bill for DACA, bundled, as Tony just said, people in TPS, we have people in TPS programs now for over 20 years. There's nothing temporary about 20 years. So something bundled for our dreamers in DACA, people in TPS, the Afghan Adjustment Act, that should be low-hanging fruit. That should be an easy fix, but I'm skeptical about it passing.
I agree with all the different areas that were identified. I'm going to add one wrinkle, I think appropriate, being at the Baker Institute. I do believe we're going to have a great opportunity with a new president of Mexico to talk about how we could handle some of the security issues in a more productive way. When Mexico does more, it clearly changes the northern migration. And to give a little bit of a Texas spin, I believe that Chairman Michael McCall understands how all these different pieces connect better than anyone in the United States Congress.
Let me add one quick thing, because I don't want to let it go. Glenn, I think, referred to the TN visa. The USMCA, by the treaty, has to be reviewed and revised in 2026. We're advocating for an expansion of the labor chapter. The TN visa either go for a expanded list from the 64 that currently exist, which could also be fixed without opening the agreement. It can be done by the commission, by the Tri-National Commission. They can expand that list without necessarily opening the agreement. And the other thing is just go for a negative list. If that is open, if Trump wins and he decides to open the agreement, go for the labor chapter and then go for a negative list. Specify the professions that don't qualify and let the North American markets integrate. And I think that's a kind of a back way to figure out how to integrate labor markets in an orderly and legal way in North America. It wouldn't include other migrants, but it would certainly help a lot.
We would love to work with you on that, Tony. Thank you. That's awesome.
Well, thank you. Please a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. And we will reconvene at 1 o'clock for the next part of the program.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us in this event today. We're now going to have our closing keynote. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Let me introduce a very special guest today, somebody who I know has been working a lot on immigration issues on the ground. Let me say something before I read the bio of Bishop Mark Seitz, Bishop of El Paso. Bishop Seitz and I go a very long way. I was at the University of Dallas in 89 to 93, I think, just about at the very late 80s, or early 90s, when I was an undergraduate student. And Bishop Seitz was both the vice rector of Holy Trinity Seminary in Dallas and a professor at the University of Dallas. I know at least one class that I took with Bishop Seitz, liturgy, at the University of Dallas. That was a long time ago, over 30 years ago. And we've stayed in touch over these decades, and I was very pleased to hear that he had been designated Bishop of El Paso, a town that, as you know, is very close to my heart, since I spent so much time in El Paso as a teenager, and then later as a professor at the University of Texas at El Paso. So it's really wonderful to have Bishop Seitz here. The Most Reverend Bishop Seitz is the Bishop of the Diocese of El Paso, Texas. He's originally from Wisconsin. That's, as Rodrigo said, that's where gringos come from. Seitz was ordained a priest for the Diocese of Dallas in 1980. He was pastor of parishes in Garland, Waxahachie, and Dallas. Bishop Seitz taught liturgy and sacramental theology at the University of Dallas. That's exactly the classes I took. And served as vice director and director of Holy Trinity Seminary in Dallas. He was appointed auxiliary bishop of Dallas by Pope Benedict XVI in 2010. In 2013, Bishop Francis appointed Seitz as the 6th bishop of El Paso to serve the Borderlands community along with El Paso's sister city, Ciudad Juarez. Bishop Seitz has worked with some of the most vulnerable communities, including migrant families and refugees who have made the region their home and who choose the community of El Paso, Ciudad Juarez as their point of passage. Bishop Seitz believes that migrants add inestimable value to the communities where they choose to live, and that parishes and community members should welcome them with compassion, love, and solidarity. And I know the efforts that Bishop has made with the entire society in El Paso, civil society organizations, the Catholic Church, and other groups to welcome migrants and to process them in El Paso, where I see them every other weekend when I go home to El Paso and to teach in Ciudad Juarez. Bishop, welcome to the Baker Institute.
It is a real pleasure to be here. I promised Tony that if he didn't tell any stories about me, I wouldn't tell any stories about him. So it is an honor to speak with you today. I'm grateful to Dr. Payan, the Baker Institute, and all the organizers for the invitation and for bringing together so many distinguished contributors to the dialogue. I've really learned a lot today, as I suspect you have as well. I've been asked to continue to round out the theme for today's gathering, immigration and the elections. Let me say, it is quite a dangerous thing to do, to ask a Roman Catholic bishop to opine on this topic. And more consequentially, that this is bound to be a thankless task for me. And so as I reflect on it now here at this podium, I'm not sure at all if I should be thankful for this invitation. But I think I can take inspiration from the words of Churchill, who once said, "In the course of my life, I have often had to eat my words, and I must confess that I've always found it a wholesome diet." Churchill also said, "I'm certainly not one of those who need to be prodded. In fact, if anything, I am the prod." But please don't mistake my levity. Really, I'm very grateful, and as Churchill said, a joke is a very serious thing. I'm going to approach the subject of our gathering through a kind of a detour. I'm going to speak briefly about how the church thinks through this issue of immigration and thinks through it rationally, and then I'll connect that to some of our lived realities here in Texas and at the border. Now, regarding the elections in particular, this is as specific as I will get. Vote. That's it. No. If you are able, vote. And not just for president, but for your congressperson, your city representative, your tax assessor, your county commissioner, your judges and sheriff, your school board, your party chair. You can't vote for your bishop, but you still need to vote. Now, I hope that suffices, but I do fear for the Q&A later on. Let me offer a few words about how the church has thought about the issue of immigration down through the centuries. Christianity was born in the matrix of the Jewish faith, which is a faith deeply rooted in the reality of displacement. The God of the Hebrew Bible is a God particularly attentive to the cries of a people in a homeland not their own. And the deepest aspects of Jewish spirituality mature in a context of labor in exile, deportation, and longing to return. The ethical injunction to welcome the foreigner as one's own flesh, as Isaiah says, and which is mentioned so many times in the Hebrew Bible, is truly unique and a novum in the ancient world. But it was the fruit of many centuries of painful struggle. Here there is deep wisdom that we should do well to reflect on as a global community today. Christianity is a child of Judaism. and receives this inheritance. In one of Jesus' last sermons before his death in the Gospel of Matthew, he says that his presence now and in the future will be as a stranger, and you offered me hospitality. Matthew 25. The Greek word for stranger that Matthew uses is xenos. The etymological root of xenophobia, and which means foreigner or alien. The church's thought has always been influenced by its lived pastoral realities on the ground. And right from the beginning of her history, the church was attending to the needs of the displaced. The network of monasteries established in the wake of the collapse of the Roman Empire were structured on the ethical imperative to welcome the stranger. Hospitality as religious and mystical criterion. For in welcoming the stranger, one was welcoming the mysterious presence of God. In the 4th century, the famous Bishop of Milan in northern Italy, St. Ambrose, encouraged the church to sell the chalices used in the celebration of Mass in order to meet the needs of refugees fleeing war between the empire and the invading Goths. Some hospices where dedicated Christians cared for the sick became institutions we now call hospitals. And the church, as I said, has always thought these issues through theologically and rationally. For much of the church's history, her rational reflection on these issues is informed by basic principles taken over from Aristotle. Now, Aristotle, as you will remember, is a paradoxical figure because his thought is blinkered by his misogyny and his misanthropy. He doesn't consider the full humanity of women or slaves. However, he is unique for his times in positing that the human person is naturally a being that finds full expression in community, in political life, in the polis. As he says in his Politics, man is by nature a political animal. He defines the polis as that which provides for the purposes of life. The one who cannot take part in the polis because he or she is voluntarily or involuntarily in exile lives in a real sense a subhuman life. Christian thinkers, especially Dominican theologians like Thomas Aquinas and Francisco de Victoria, will leverage these insights and over centuries ultimately bring them to fruition in developed insights about the principles that should govern the global community, as well as a theology of migration, seeing in refugees and economic migrants people who are involuntarily removed from the life of their own polis, and who are nevertheless called by nature to participate in society, which is ordered to life. Socialization is a natural part of life and what it means to be human. Aquinas says that those who are not citizens on account of fortune or poverty are like people whose hands are amputated or who are lacking an eye. They're not living up to the full potential of their humanity. Redress and integration, including citizenship in the polis, are called for here in order to live up to the demands and potential of our shared humanity. These insights can be helpful as we consider the various ways in which migration policy in our country and at the borders worldwide continue to be an axis of desocialization and inequity or exclusion from full participation in the life of the community. These centuries of the Church's rational reflection on the moral demands of immigration, Pope Francis distills very succinctly into 4 verbs. Our responsibility before the reality of forced human displacement ought to be welcome, protect, promote, and integrate. Welcome, protect, promote, and integrate. This is how the Pope restates, in a simple but challenging and trenchant way, the whole of the Church's natural law tradition in the area of migration. Challenging and trenchant for the Church, no doubt, because he is calling us to conversion. And challenging and trenchant for society, because he is calling us to live justly. For Pope Francis, our social and political action, including immigration policy, should be guided by the question of socialization, or as he puts it in one of his key teaching documents, Fratelli Tutti, human fraternity. Does it make us closed off to one another, or does it make us neighbors? This is how the Church thinks broadly about citizenship. Citizenship allows us to come out of the shadows of isolation, to have a common stake in building a stronger future for our children, and to be neighbors to one another. Now let me connect some of this to what we're seeing in the state of Texas. Texas, it must be said, is a beautiful place. I love it. This has been my home. You heard I come originally from Wisconsin, but I quickly made my way to Texas. It's been my home for most of my life, and I'm originally a priest of Dallas, served there as a priest for 30 years. It has a storied and colorful history. It is vibrant. It is diverse. It is a place of faith. And as we approach the summer, it is, as they say, hotter than a fur coat in Marfa. But Texas is also the state that has become a laboratory for the most inhospitable and dehumanizing immigration policy. We are witnessing a new stage in the deadly militarization of our border with Mexico, a country with which we are not at war, which is a friendly country, and a country from which we share so many ties of history and culture, a country so vital, as we've already heard, to our state's prosperity as well as our national prosperity. I worry that this militarization of the border and the mass arrests of migrants there is also a dry run for the deployment of law enforcement throughout the state, should the recently enjoined SB 4 go into effect in some form. We've heard a lot about that law today. We are no longer dabbling in dangerous territory. We are there. And our policies and practices are going national, with gravely troubling legislation passed in Florida, Iowa, and now Oklahoma, and possibly Arizona again. This is dehumanization unfolding before our eyes in our time. It has a long genealogy, no doubt. But this type of politics, a politics of exclusion, has a troubling purchase in our state. Perhaps like never before and in our country, and we are at the unfortunate vanguard of this project. I said that the church's reflection on these issues is grounded not just in our theological tradition, but also in our pastoral practice. Let me speak to that for a few moments. First, the Catholic Church is Catholic. The word Catholic, coming from the Greek katolou, meaning on the whole. That is, not sectarian, not narrow-minded, not bigoted. We are everywhere. 2,500 miles east of the Falkland Islands, there is an island with a population of 246, the most remote populated island on the planet. Tristan da Cunha. And there you will find St. Joseph's Catholic Church with 42 Catholics. In Marfa, Texas, you can go to Mass at St. Mary's Catholic Church. That's my diocese. We are everywhere. The migrants who are coming over the border from Venezuela, from Guatemala, from China, from Haiti, God is asking me to preach good news to them. For Christianity, the world has a common destiny. That is what our belief in Jesus Christ, God become human, implies. We are all, and not just Catholics, all of us, without exclusion, on a boat toward redemption and reconciliation and joy and fulfillment in God. We are all migrants. Stay on the boat. That puts things in a certain perspective. I'm a proud Texan and American. And God has God's own project for humanity. While borders may have their place, that universal perspective means that the church must take a certain creative distance from any artificial segmentation of universal concern and compassion. There is a certain critical edge to the church's practice at borders. Whenever a base political project threatens human life and dignity. Earlier, I spoke of hospitality and the Gospel of Matthew. And it is here that things come to the fore. You know that Christian hospitality is under attack by officials in this state. St. Benedict, when he set up the network of monasteries that would be the beating heart of Europe, spiritually, intellectually, socially, following the Roman Empire's collapse, he wrote into his rule for the monks, "Great care and concern are to be shown in receiving poor people and pilgrims, because in them, more particularly, Christ is received," unquote. Showing hospitality is what Jesus did. Writes Paul in his letter to the Romans, "For this reason, welcome one another, just as the Anointed One welcomed us also for the glory of God." There are few things more constitutive of being Christian, and this is what is under attack. I think the trivialization of human suffering today, Pope Francis speaks so often about our indifference, is one of the things that characterizes our times. There are probably many causes. We see it all the time on our phones and social media, and we have become desensitized. We are artificially sequestered from one another by inequality and polarization. We are spiritually disconnected from one another. Religion, a truncated and false type of religion to be sure, perhaps also contributed. We are separated, or rather we have separated the body and the spirit. We privatized religion as a way of accommodating the rising power of an unbridled economy and state. There was an unstated agreement that we would farm out human bodies to economy and state, and we, the church, would take care of souls. We were wrong. The death and mutilation of bodies in the Rio Grande is one of the biggest indictments of that type of religion. And now we have to speak out. But hospitality cuts through all of that. At my diocesan headquarters, just a few meters from my home, we have a migrant shelter for those coming across the border. On one level, it is a very simple and ordinary operation, a place where you have to count out diapers and organize meals 3 times a day, and fix the pipes when the showers break, and make sure Band-Aids are stocked for when the kids fall down and scrape their knees, and pay the electric bill. But when I first visited there, I saw something deeper going on. It's a place where you have deep, unmediated access to your neighbor. Often people undergoing severe physical or emotional trauma. A place where you can feel compassion again. Where your shared humanity can come to life again in a world where we live anesthetized to the impacts of human suffering. Where we can now welcome one another, just as the Anointed One welcomed us also, for the glory of God. A place where the disjointedness of the world is being woven back together again. And that, my brothers and sisters, is what is being attacked. Many in the religious world speak of the threat of secularism today, the exclusion of religion from public life. Those debates can be tendentious and abstract. But the attack of Texas on hospitality represents to me an attack on religion as a way of being and a way of life. And that is quite dangerous for all of us, because it risks unmooring us from a vision of transcendence that can ground the struggle for human life and dignity, something that can destabilize the trivialization of human suffering and the globalization of indifference so prevalent today. Statistics, advocacy from national organizations, data from international NGOs, descriptions of the violations of human rights, conventions on human rights. We have all that aplenty in the world today, and it is not stemming the tide of trivialization and indifference. It is all good and important. But my fear is that it can lend itself to the reduction of human experience to numbers and anonymity, and is ultimately incapable of turning the tide. We all know, for example, the gross number of victims in Gaza today. And we have precise definitions of genocide and plenty of legal frameworks. And yet, we are all reduced to inaction and incapacity and silence in the face of this horror and human degradation. Where is our compassion? It is the experience of humanity at my migrant shelter, the concrete stories of the suffering which is at stake in the attack in Texas, and deliberately so, because compassion has a critical edge. It is prophetic, and it is capable of motivating change. A final word on religion, for this talk anyway. Religion, and here I sense a risk for myself, religion must be capable of mustering a fuller reading of the world than we currently have, and a greater fullness of perception as to the possibilities of human action. That, I think, is why you have invited me, a religious leader, here today. And Christian religion in particular must proceed from the deep conviction that the life and death and narrative of Jesus still retain a transformative capacity in our world today. I believe that they do. The hospitality of Jesus is rooted in a deep message of equality. God loves everyone. In his hospitality and preaching, Jesus instantiated a community grounded in the love of the divine for all, without respect to achievement or merit. And that love is available to all, unmediated by conventions of religion or politics or power. That is what got Jesus killed. The existing constellation of power structures would not abide that message. This memory grounds the work that must take place in the Christian community to scrutinize and interrogate the structures of power, the mechanisms of exclusions which define who is in and who is out. Because of the legacy of distinguishing and assigning to different spheres of jurisdiction bodies and souls, we are often uncomfortable in analyzing and negotiating with power. Entrenched powers would prefer that we don't. But it is who we are as a people of faith. And we need to name injustice for what it is. In the Christian tradition, a robust notion of justice demands that we create a political culture with a sustained practice that facilitates our always asking who is and who is not acknowledged. Precisely because God loves everyone. Democracy requires that virtue. A great deal of my hesitancy in commenting on the current elections is simply that we are increasingly bereft of the habits and means needed to ground that practice, which is much more fundamental than any one election. if we lose our ability to recognize one another in our democratic polis, our politics will not just slide into an agonistic balancing of interests, but into something much worse. And I worry that we are inching our way to the precipice. The demonization of migrants is a harbinger. And now I need to cut in the other direction. Our chronic inability to analyze power structures as a country and as a state has facilitated the extension of injustice, whether against non-whites or migrants or the poor in general, whether against, the response to that injustice has been the assertion of identity, and that is understandable. Injustice must be denied. There must be a counter-movement, an appropriation of identity in contrast to the subordinate identity given by my oppressor. And yet, if we are unable to move past the search for and performance of an essentialized identity that is always receding from on the horizon and towards a non-tribal ethic, we will slide into the same agonistic balancing of interests and a polarization from which we might find no return. Oppressor and oppressed both need healing in this country. Where will we find the spiritual resources for that, if not in faith? What resources does faith offer us? As I said, we are all, and not just Catholics, all of us without exclusion, on a boat toward redemption and reconciliation and joy and fulfillment in God. Stay on the boat. I would suggest that what makes Christianity political is not the creation of a community where we are finally free to love one another. It is a painful path to get there, a path through work for justice, through penance and reconciliation. We have few and narrow spaces in our society to pursue those paths. For Christians, the path is reminiscent of the cross. And to be clear, it should be anything but disempowering of those at the bottom of the social, political, and economic constellations of power. Our ultimate identity is not found in isolation, but in the act of construction of a mutual identity, in the place where we are able to see one another as a gift, where we can be a gift to one another. Jesus looked even beyond the cross to the kingdom. This is what makes Christianity even more political than you might have thought. This is what the Catholic tradition calls the construction of the common good, in which we have a common stake in building a stronger future for our children and to be neighbors to one another. As Dr. King put it, in a real sense, all of life is interrelated. All men are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. And you can never be what you ought to be until I am what I ought to be. This is the interrelated structure of reality, unquote. This might sound abstract and utopic, but perhaps we need to nourish ourselves in a utopic vision. And let me tell you where I see it each day. In ordinary acts of hospitality at the border. Hospitality is a concrete practice that allows us to recognize our shared humanity. And it is not just available at the U.S. Mexico border, but at the borders present in your own communities. For as much as the southern border is a place of separation and exclusion, it is, I believe, the place where the future of humanity is being rewoven. I see it every day. This is why the ability of a country to welcome migrants is a sign of resilience and health. It is the construction of a common future, a place of encounter and recognition, healing and reweaving. This is ultimately why I believe the border is militarized and under attack, and why we must be vigilant in protecting our constitutional freedom to live out religion as a way of being and a way of life. Again, the vision I've sketched out here may seem utopic, and my anxieties around the election may seem decidedly negative. But here I'm also reminded, let me just come back to some more words of Churchill, who said, "We can always count on the Americans to do the right thing after they've exhausted all the other possibilities." Maybe with the help of God, we can get there someday, after all. Many thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you. I'll be directing the Q&A. Raise your hand. I'll walk over to you, and then you can ask your question. But I want to start with one question. I know I'm very familiar with El Paso and Annunciation House, and I saw your picture with Ruben Garcia and all the folks in El Paso. What's that like?
Well, it was definitely a surprising shot across the bow from the Attorney General's office. And it left us speechless. It was a blow to the gut in a certain way because we know these people in Annunciation House. We work with them very closely. They're founded by a guy who used to be the youth minister for the Diocese of El Paso and went on his own through a Catholic motivation, actually inspired in part by an encounter with Mother Teresa when she visited El Paso. Were you there back then?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. But it was 47 years or so ago. He borrowed a facility, an empty facility that the church owned, and gathered others around him and started receiving people whom he saw as the poorest of our poor. And they've been at it for 46 years now. And, it's amazing to see their commitment and the work of so many in what has been a volunteer effort for so many years. We collaborate with them. We have opened shelters in churches around the city, and we have quite a network that we've developed. So to hear this place of refuge and care for the poor characterized as a stash house, to say that they are somehow not protecting people from organized crime and from human trafficking and so on, but facilitating it is mind-boggling. And, we knew that we needed to come together as a community, the church, civil society, and all of its aspects, and I think it has. So in that sense, it's been encouraging to see the unity within our community.
Anybody has a comment or a question? Anna is over there with that microphone, and I'm over here. Yes.
I just wanted to ask another question about...
Here's a microphone so everyone can hear you.
I just wanted to ask a follow-up about Annunciation House and what the real motives of the Attorney General may be. I once volunteered at Annunciation House maybe 5 years ago. I slept in a warehouse with 500 other people. And I thought, wow, if they succeed in shutting down the shelter, these people are going to pour into the city. I was amazed when I was in El Paso during this time. Nobody in the city, nobody in El Paso really knew what was happening in Annunciation House, that they were running these huge warehouses, because they were doing such an amazing job of caring for people. So I think somebody on the panel mentioned that chaos might be one motive, that if the more chaos that can be created at the border, the more it can be used as a prop in these in this political theater. So I just want to know what you think is behind this action.
Okay. So, unfortunately, Attorney General Paxton has not come to me for confession. Can you imagine what my penance might be? And then I couldn't talk about it anyway, so it's hard to know his motive. And I probably shouldn't speculate too much, but it's so utterly misguided. If anyone is really concerned about avoiding chaos and human trafficking and so on at the border, then you've got to create situations in which people have some place to go and aren't left without any other options. If they're left on the street, then it's a perfect setting for exactly those kinds of things to happen. So it's, one of the nicest things I could say about it in public is it's terribly misguided. And as I say here, looking at it in terms of a big picture kind of issue, it is, a similar kind of threat that the church has always had to face. It shows itself in so many different ways, but very often people or structures of power are threatened by the challenge of the gospel. It's just hard to characterize it as anything else.
I have another question. When I travel to El Paso and Ciudad Juarez, which I do every other weekend, I see some folks with some purple vests, the Border Servant Corps. It's a pretty interesting community effort, because it's an accompaniment of these migrants as they, from the moment they cross all the way until they board a plane to whatever they're going. Can you tell us a little bit about those civil society efforts? And especially to be bold enough to call yourself the Border Servant Corps at a time when the word border is explosive.
Yeah, the Border Servant Corps is one of the most effective NGOs that we have in our region. They were founded by the Lutheran Church, and they've just landed on a kind of approach that has mobilized and animated a lot of people. They've thought very creatively. They've found ways to shelter and accompany and assist greater numbers of people on the border than most other organizations. So they've been a great resource, a great part of our network of support that we provide there.
Yes, Luz.
Gracias. Thank you very much for those beautiful words. I want to say, so I've worked with the undocumented community for many, many years. And one of the things that keep their strength is the church. That's the place where they find the safe refuge. Can you tell us a little bit as to what is the secret? What does the church do for this community that we can emulate in other spaces to help them feel safe?
I hope you gathered from what I said that I think the church, in some ways you could say, is one of the lone voices, at least the most effective voices in a certain sense in regard to standing for the rights of immigrants. I still feel like we fall far short of what we should do. But that's looking more at the institutional side of it, But in terms of speaking more broadly about the life of faith that is part of the experience of immigrants, the church is amazingly powerful. I could tell you so many stories and about that have inspired me in my encounters with these people. They lead me, They preach the gospel to me by their lives, not in a showy way, but in just an amazing commitment. They tell me, in a certain way, Christianity is a faith of the poor. And I don't want to say that in a way that excludes those who have been blessed to have resources, but to point out that if you really want to learn the power of faith and the power of God in your life, you need to talk to the poor. You need to share their experience, because they, having been reduced to nothing, not only losing their possessions, but not only living under threat and terrible traumatic loss, but losing their identity as well. And I say that because, when you live in a country, you can say, this is my country. They leave all of that. They're stripped from all of that. The one thing that cannot be taken away from them is their faith. And it blossoms. They see the power of God to get them through situations where their resources are absolutely gone and no one else is there to care about them. We have I'll just try to tell you about one family. They arrived from from Venezuela after 2 months on the road. It's a 3,000-mile trip. A young couple in their early 30s with the mother's grandmother, who was in her 70s, 2 young children, 4 and 2, and the mom 7 months pregnant. They made that journey and went much of it on foot, by bus, some of it. They walked through what's known as the Djerejian Gap, which a lot of you have heard about. The grandmother got stuck in the mud past her knees at one point, and a group of people had to help them out. They got lost. They're sleeping outside, and they heard the growling of a large animal one night. The little 2-year-old, after they arrived, told us, "I saw dead people." They ran out of food, they ran out of water. And somehow, as things were as bad as they could imagine, somehow, always, there were angels that came, and they gave thanks to God. The day that they arrived, the mother went into labor, and she was taken from our shelter and had a C-section. And the doctor told her, "You can't travel." They were supposed to be moving on, right? Our shelters are just temporary, very temporary, a day or two or so. People are always going somewhere else. Why they don't want to stay in the paradise, which is El Paso, I don't understand. But they keep moving. And but this family couldn't, and we had to come up with a place where they could stay. We used casita, we call it. We built a number of them for retired priests, and we had one open. And 10 days after the baby was born, the baby got sick. It was diagnosed as RSV, and the baby was soon in intensive care. She was intubated and at the very edge of death. Well, the story can go on, but they are people who will tell you all day the power of God in their life. And they've shared that faith with so many. They started volunteering at our shelter since they were there and they weren't allowed to work. They started to volunteer, and the guy was so anxious to work. He was just so ready to support his family, but he couldn't. He couldn't get his work permit for a year. And but in that interim time, he decided to start a business once he was able to work. And so he bought a broken down cargo van. He outfitted it with shelves, bought some tools. He's going to start a painting business. He got business cards with the name of his business and so on. He was ready the day that permission came in. The odd thing that happened was when he got his permission, he wasn't able to start that business. I hired him to be the director of our shelter. And what a blessing to all of us. And so immigrants who come in, he gets them, and he tells them, that God has gotten you here, and trust him for the rest of your journey. They're amazing.
Great. Real quick, I'll take both questions together because Bishop Sides has a flight in a little bit, so he's got to leave in about 10, 15 minutes. But I think we have a little time. Get right to you.
Hi, my name is Lissa Wolf, and I am an immigrant from New York, which, you wouldn't think would make me immigrant status, but in Texas politics, if you are not born and raised and have status as a Texan, you're kind of a second-class citizen, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. And I just want to say, for someone like me who's coming from the outside, even though I'm not coming from another country, and I don't have kind of the curriculum vitae of somebody who is a policy maker or a lawyer, yes, I have my bachelor's, but what does that mean for affecting policy? How would you say for the regular folk, what would you say is the best way to move forward if you really care and want to do something.
Thank you. Well, one of the things you have to always fight is the sense that you have no way, no skills, nothing you can do, because it's just not the truth. Thanks be to God, in our country, we can make a difference. And one of the basic ways is to get to know more about this issue. And one of the most effective things I could suggest would be to meet a migrant. It's amazing how sheltered we are in a certain way. You know, we live with thousands of immigrants, and yet we really don't know them other than the people who wait on our table or, cook our food or whatever. So get to know them to the point where you can hear their story, and then help other people to know them and to know their story. We've got to somehow, we've talked a lot about the importance of changing legislation. I'm more and more convinced that that will not happen. It will not happen until we change the narrative on the ground. And I'm not saying that there are easy solutions. I hope you didn't gather that from anything I said. The church believes that we do have to have borders, and that they have a place, and that we want an orderly process as much as anyone. But we need to, as a base of that response, let's start with an appreciation, a love for the poor and for the immigrant. And then figure it out, figure it out. So you can have an influence on the narrative, but you can also contact your legislators too. You better believe that people who are filled with fear and convinced that we're being invaded by an alien force, they might as well come from Mars, as much as they seem to think that they're a threat. That our legislators need to hear the other's story, too. So that would be great. If you can come visit the border sometime, please do, so you can be an eyewitness and testify that it's not at all like the impression you get when all they show you is like one incident at the border where, for instance, a group of men who had been waiting for months and months, and then who were stuck between the Rio Grande on U.S. soil, and between that and the razor wire, lost it and behaved badly. You'll see that over and over and over again, as though that begins to describe the whole border reality, and it certainly doesn't. So come see.
Ronan.
I think your mic still isn't working.
Well, let's talk louder.
There you go. Got it.
Inspirational and a great encapsulation, I suppose, of what Christians or people of many faiths would hope to be in terms of compassion and decency and humanity. But for a lot of Catholics and many Christians more broadly, abortion is a delineating issue. They will vote for or against someone for office purely on that one stance alone. When, as you mentioned, issues of taking care of the poor, of immigrants, of kind of the ideals of liberation theology, and just a broader sense of humanity should also be informing how we vote. How do you get beyond that, say, with your own flock in El Paso and kind of Christians more broadly in the U.S.?
It's a very good question and a challenging one. I think that what we're facing in our country is the consequences of a growing secularization, if you will. I alluded to it in my talk. And a lack of formation of Catholics in the Catholic faith. We're to the point, I'm embarrassed to say, where only something like 15% of people who identify as Catholic even go to church on Sunday. So where can we talk to them? How can we begin to form them? And Mass isn't enough. That should just be like the bare basics. but somehow we have to have their presence in order to convey the gospel, convey clear Catholic teaching, talking about the Catholic faith. We're not doing it. And so if they're not getting it from the church, where do you think they're getting formation? From the media, from the politicians, from places like that. And that becomes more of a credo for them, I'm afraid, sometimes, than the clear teaching of the church. Now, I'm not saying that we can't still have a range of different approaches to immigration and still very much be a Catholic. I hope I've been trying to make that clear. But we need to have that uniting base to our understanding, based upon the love of God and the dignity of the human person.
Before I ask you to thank our guest, let me just make one quick announcement. At the Baker Institute, we have a Baker Institute Migration Initiative, of which several of us are part and organizers of this conference. And Luz Garcini, a professor at Rice in the Psychological Sciences Department, is one of the members of BIMI, Baker Institute Migration Initiative, and she will be offering a workshop for those who want to stay afterwards, another 45 minutes, in a more dynamic exercise with the work that we do and Luz's expertise, which is migration and mental health. Please do so. It'll take you another hour, but I think it'll be a very enjoyable workshop and exercise as well. Now, let me thank Bishop Seitz for being here, and help me thank him for his inspiring conversation.
Thank you.